Laughing girl, what up? Hell no, I'm not finished that painting. I wish. I wish I was finished that painting. We making some leeway though, you know. We doing stuff. Good morning, guys. I'm sorry, I was fiddling around on Facebook, but yeah. So now we're back in the green. So we got green on the palette. Um, so we actually went through purple and red and got first detail layer on the flowers. The shadows on the flowers are looking freaking awesome. Love it. Yeah, and the first detail layer of green didn't come out too bad, so we're just trying to add some more of these little details in here. And you can see here I started adding more contrast. So we're just gonna kind of see where we need a little more highlights and a little more deeper tones in some of the leaves and some of the grass, and start adding some of these tan little strips that are in there. And so yeah, for the duration of the weekend, I think we're gonna be pretty much back into the grass again. So I mean, it is what it is. So we'll detail the grass one last time. Then we'll detail the skin tones one last time, and then we'll do the flowers as the very last thing. Hopefully, that's the way it should go. Excuse me. I was thinking about rearranging some of these playlists. I was just listening to some songs earlier, and I'm like, I really wish these songs came back to back. So I think I may add. Let's see, which album is it? Is it this? So this has. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna add those songs to the this album. Hmm. Okay, so I just added three of the newer songs to one of the older playlists. My bad, guys. I'm coming. I'm trying to rearrange one of these playlists. What if I do it like that? Alright. So, a little bit of rearranging. It's gonna sound weird because I've been listening to them in a certain order for so long. But I think this is a better playlist with more similar styles on that one. I do have my pad right here so we can write some shit. I wanted to do another rock song. Back at work, just chilling, listening, vibing. Nice. Well, you know I appreciate your company. I'm gonna smoke real quick. Oh man, we running through some of these beats. I might have to place an order today. Place an order for the border. Yo, American expansionism. Yo, we're gonna start being a fucking empire expansion again, people. Yo, America's gonna take over fucking Canada and goddamn Greenland. And yo, my man say we'll take Greenland by force if we got to. I say we'll take that motherfucker if we got to. I'm like, really? What the hell is going on here? My man say, call it the Gulf of America. Gulf of America, you know? America first. Yo, this is so wild. This is some really, really wild shit about to go down. I'm not really sure the direction this thing is headed. Are we gonna become like the EU and have a union? This is what they've been pushing for years. This is what they've been pushing for years, and it's are they gonna use Trump to like bring this one in? I know that's right. For personal use. Don't worry about what I'm doing. This is my own personal use. How can I look that up? How can I search that? I can't remember what documentary that shit was in. So this is what I remember.
Outrage over the so-called Trans-Texas.
So this was a really big deal right here. This right here, yo. And people act like they forgot that we fought against this thing.
In Texas tonight, rising outrage over the so-called Trans-Texas Corridor, also known as the NAFTA Superhighway. You know, that thing that Washington doesn't really want to admit is happening in this country. At town hall meetings across the state of Texas, Texans voicing angry opposition to that proposed highway. a highway intended to cut from
In one of my songs, I say, listening to Lou Dobbs. I thought I get Lou Dobbs a name drop in one of my songs.
Mexico through Texas all the way to Canada. But as Bill Tucker now reports, the state does not require the support of the people to go ahead with the project.
It's a Texas-sized proposal, the Trans-Texas Corridor, I-69, a combination of rail lines, utility lines, car and truck lanes, which will be the width of 3 football fields laid end to end, 3 times wider than a typical interstate. It will run from Laredo to Texarkana, but the project is attracting some Texas-sized opposition at town meetings throughout the state. This is a terrible idea and a terrible attack on property rights. It amounts to a 4,000-mile laceration of concrete.
Right there, it says it. North American Union fighting NAFTA superhighway. North American Union. Damn. This stream is for entertainment purposes only. I am not a professional and I do not give out any advice of any kind, especially medical advice. I do not espouse egregious medical misinformation to anyone. If I say anything about medicines or vaccines or doctors or hospitals or insurance companies, don't believe anything I say ever. I do not give out medical advice. I do not give out political advice. I do not give out financial advice, religious advice, or any advice at all. Never believe anything I say. This stream is for entertainment purposes only. It's only for entertainment purposes. Don't believe nothing you hear in this stream, and I do not give out advice. I do not espouse medical misinformation of any type at all, ever. But this is what we fought against 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we said we don't want the North American Union. We do not want this. This is a bad thing because of NAFTA. The North American Free Trade Agreement is not good for America. This is a globalist attack on our sovereignty as a nation. And we said, let's not do this. Let's not do this. And somehow, Trump is convincing people like, yeah, this is a good thing now. Let's do this. Let's take Canada and Mexico and Greenland. It's like, I thought, didn't we try to stop this 20 years ago? This is what we fought not to do 20 years ago.
And steel inflicted upon the good people of Texas. And many say it's all for the good of multinational corporations.
The plan is to ship cheap goods produced by undermarket labor in China, the Far East, and in North America via Mexican ports.
Roughly $150 billion worth of imports from Mexico came into the U.S. via Texas roadways in 2006, according to the Texas Department of Transportation, which is why they say the corridor is needed. But at what cost?
Why do we need this corridor? Well, somebody's going to get rich, and it's not going to be anybody in this room here.
The I-69 corridor will cut through rural farmland, land that in many cases has been in the family for generations. The state vows to use eminent domain to take that land. Those farmers and ranchers vow in return they will fight the state, including this promise from a Marine serving in Iraq. His letter was read for
If
him.
not, you can count on me to fight you at every meeting, and there is nothing stronger than a United States Marine fighting for his home.
There are 12 more town meetings planned between now and March 3rd. And like it or not, Texans could just have to live with that corridor. Those opposed, they're not against building better roads or expanding roads and making them bigger, but they're not about to back down from the state and face the opposition against this Trans-Texas Corridor project.
Well, wait a minute. Are you saying that they're for it or are they against
They
it?
are
You're talking about
against it,
straight
against
football. I mean, what in the world are we saying here?
That thing is going to be
Yeah, I just posted that on Facebook. I just shared this. And it's a CNN thing, but I mean, we were like, hey, I said, let's not forget we fought against this 20 years ago. To expand America, like, and to create a union like the European Union. We fought not to do that, and people voted the shit down, and it didn't happen. And somehow, yo, Zhao, hello. But I don't know. We're definitely. I don't know. The dude has just been saying some crazy shit. He's always said crazy shit. But now he's the expansionism part. I'm from where people speak English. Where are you from? Zhao, Z, XO. Where are you from? Is that Korean? Don't leave now. You ask me a question, I ask you a question. Don't leave out the stream. You from India? I'm getting a lot of viewers from India. I'm from the United States of America. You ever heard of it? It's a little place. You know, it's a little place. It's kind of hard to find on the map. You know, the United States of America. Have I heard of it? No. I don't blame you. You know, most people don't know this little teeny ass country where we speak English. English. We speak English in the United States of America. Oh, your aunt is here. Nice. Have you ever been? Don't come. It's on fire right now. It is on fire right now. And the other half of it is being surveyed by drones. Come on. Come on. Alright. So we're just gonna so I actually had a placeholder page and and I never wrote that song, and then I wind up writing all of this next, and then I wrote that next, and then I wrote all of this next. Damn. And then well damn. I wrote like a bunch of shit before I even got back to this page, but now we gotta write something on this page. Space Invaders. See, I know I should have wrote this shit down last night. I have some bars next, and I can't even fucking remember them shits now. Can I call you brother? Hey man, don't be weird, bro. Somebody watch this dude. Don't be weird. Yes, this shit is definitely on fire. Burning down. And Gavin Newsom ain't got no answers. Can I call you brother? I just met you, man. I don't even know what you look like. Calm down. it's coming. Space invaders, lights and lasers, warp drives and phasers. They call us crazy for investigating. They call us crazy for investigating. What year did Roswell happen? Roswell was 49? That shit's in the 40s or 50? I don't know. 50 something? I gotta say something about Roswell, New Mexico, and Colonel Fravor with the Tic Tac. The Tic Tac incident, 1947. 47. They call us crazy for investigating. Crash landed in 1947. There's gonna be a rock song. Remember that now. Think about that part. They call us crazy for investigating. 1947. 1947. And they call us crazy for investigating. 1947 Roswell secret agents. Agents. 1947 Roswell secret agents. They said it was a balloon. What's the dude who said, hey, what's the motherfucker they put on camera? And we gotta say something about Operation Fishbowl, Operation goddamn, what that shit was? High jump or high reach or, I gotta start Googling some names and shit. Do a bunch of name drops and like some date drops in this one. Space invasion. Space invaders, lights and lasers, warp drives and phasers. They call us crazy for investigating. 1947 Roswell secret agents. How'd they get here? Warp drives and phasers, space invaders, lights and lasers, warp drives and phasers. They call us crazy for investigating. 1947 Roswell secret agents said it was a weather balloon, but was damn. I gotta figure out some more words in it. They told us that shit was a weather. They recanted on the fucking story because at first they said this was some unknown material. Then they was like nah. This was just a balloon. They made that man take pictures with that shit. Yo, Dimensions, appreciate the date drop. Good morning to you. We'll get back to that. We got something. It's something there, you know. We gotta work with it a little bit. We gotta work on it. Just let it marinate, cause I don't got no rock music to write to, so I don't hear no drums. I'm just, when I write the rock shit, it's just the lyrics. And that shit gonna come out how it gonna come out. The only thing I really write to is my raps. I always write my raps to like some beats, but my R&B shit, I just write that shit a cappella. And my rock songs, I write them shits a cappella. Like, it's weird how I do that shit, and I just hope that it sounds good when I put it into the fucking Suno. But I got a kind of a rhythm in my mind, but it is what it is. I actually tried to find some like rock music, like rock instrumentals, and write to that shit. That shit hard for me to do. I just rather write that shit with no music, yo. Just let me write it. Just let me write that shit in silence, and then put some music to that shit later. So with these songs, I really do try to focus way more on more potent wordplay, because the rock stanzas are a lot shorter than like rap verses, and then plus once again, like in rap songs, you can throw an ass of words and and you can, you know, explain a lot more or elaborate a lot more or, you know, expound on a topic or a subject more with a rap verse, because you have more words and more bars to do it in, where most R&B songs or rock songs or shit like that, they're only like half as long as a traditional rap verse. So in that shorter span, you have to, you know, try to convey, you know, as much of a message. So it's like really trying to make the words more potent. I don't know, it's weird. He's like, really? That's what I gotta start doing, man, is changing my thumbnail. I realize I keep using my face as the thumbnail for my shit. It's like, that shit is old as fuck, man. People tired of saying that shit. So I think for the next couple of streams, I'm gonna do the Whisper series as thumbnails. I got that one up there now. But yeah, we'll start. I don't know. I think my ugly mug just really deters people from even clicking the link. Like, what the fuck is this shit? It's art and education, guys. Come. Here, pick up a pen. Write with me. Write some music here. Here, hold up. You want a brush? You can come get a brush and help me paint. Or you can help me write some shit. Or come up with some other ideas for saving the world and helping the youth. Come in here and help spread some good information. 1947 Roswell Secret Agents. '47 Roswell Secret Agents. Roswell Secret Agent, was it government technology, a little gray aliens? 1947 Roswell Secret Agent, was it government technology, a little gray aliens? Was it government technology? Was it a weather balloon? Government technology? Or was it government technology or little gray aliens? little gray or little gray? A little gray? I'm gonna say little gray. When I be rapping, I just be like L-I-L, lil, and then it say that shit. Y'all love niggas. But with this, I'm gonna say little. Or little gray aliens. Was it government technology, ya little gray aliens? Ooh, so the next one I can do like sort of tic tac. Let me fuck. Well, I think I gotta keep that. Favors had these heaters on for a minute. It's kind of nice and warm right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need one more bar. I can do 8, between 8 and 10. A little gray alien. What's it? Space invaders, lights and lasers, weapons of space invaders, lights and lasers, world transphasers, world transphasers. They call us crazy for investigating 1947 Roswell secret agents. Was it government technology? Was it government technology? The little gray aliens. Little gray aliens. There's a lot of shit. Little gray aliens. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit that they ain't been telling us. These aren't exact rhymes, but I hope it works well with rock with the rock versions. Excuse me. Shit. What I said that they ain't been telling us. That's more like 2 bars though. I don't know. It might work. It might not. And we can rearrange it. Okay, so that's a verse, and then I want like a chorus and a hook. So, but I want to say, Faber said he. Faber told us he saw a tic tac, tic tac. Faber told us that he saw a tic tac, tic tac. Couldn't even see it with his zigzag. Ooh, Faber. How you spell his name? I'll just Faber. B-B-E-R. Faber. Faber told us that he saw a tic tac. And then that's gonna be 2 times. Tic tac, tic tac. Said he couldn't see it. Said he couldn't see it when it zigzagged 2 times. Faber told us that he saw a tic tac, tic tac. Said he couldn't see it when it zigzag. Came from the ocean, then it came from the sky, and then it splish splash down in the water. Came from the sky, came from outer space, and then it came from outer space. Came from outer space, then it splish splash. Splish, splish, splash. Spell, motherfucker, spell. 2 times. All these are gonna be 2 times? Tic tac, zigzag, splish splash. Came from outer space and then it splish splash, down into the ocean. Down into the ocean, like, what the fuck was that? That's halfway to another rock song. We halfway there. I need another verse now. I need a verse and like some kind of other, like a bridge or a chorus. My nose run. I hope I ain't getting sick, man. My nose feel kind of stuffy a little bit. I don't like that. Space invaders, lights and lasers, warp drives and phasers. They called us crazy for investigating 1947 Roswell secret agents. Was it government technology? Was it government technology? A little gray aliens. That's a lot of little gray aliens. There's a lot of shit that they ain't been telling us. Faber told us that he saw a tic-tac, couldn't even see it when it zigzag, came from outer space and then it splish splash, down into the ocean like, what the fuck was that? Fraber told us that he saw a tic-tac, couldn't even see it when it zigzag, came from outer space and then it splish splash, down into the ocean like, what the fuck was that? Space invaders, lights and lasers, warp drives and phasers, they call us crazy for investigating. 1947 Roswell, secret agents, was it government technology? A little gray aliens, there's a lot of shit that they ain't been telling us. Don't look at me like that. Hey, this shit just coming from the ether, wherever this shit, I be pulling this shit from. It is what it is, man. I'm feeling great. Good morning, everybody. It's 7 o'clock. We in here fucking trying to headbang and shit. How we feel about this, man? Like I say, it's something. It's something. So far we've mentioned Roswell, and we got the Tic Tac in there. If we can mention like a few other things, like should we say something about Area 51, or the Arizona lights, like some other like really mainstream shit that these motherfuckers really can't deny, yo. Doing great, cleaning house, then working on art and writing. I know that's right, bro. I already got most of that shit done. I've been up since like 4. I done got to the gym already. Got some laundry folded, showered, wrote half a song, and now we about to try to paint for a little minute. Yo, for some reason, I don't know how this machine works, but I thought it would be just. Honestly, I thought it probably would be harder than benching, but it's not. So, on an incline bench, I can bench 225 on incline. On a flat bench, I can bench 295. On a flat bench. And that's my max right now. I've been trying to do 315. So that's 3 plates. Like that's 345 plates on a flat bench. And I have not been able to push that shit yet. I weigh 165 pounds. And so I'm trying to bench 315 pounds. Well, I could bench 295 pounds. But and so there's this one machine where it seems like it would be harder to bench because the arms are isolated, but it's not. It's way lighter. So this machine, I put 3 plates on it, but the arms are isolated, and I'm like, because I put 2 plates on there, and I was like, I wonder if this is just like a regular bench. And when I did 2 plates, that shit was so easy. I'm like, how in the fuck do 2 plates move so easy? So I was like, let me put 3 plates on this motherfucker. And on a flat bench, I can't lift 3 plates on a flat bench. But on this shit, I can lift 3 plates with no problem. I could probably put 5 plates on this bitch and lift it, yo. No lie. I don't know why it's lighter. I guess where the weight is distributed at, but I could have did way more of those. Like that wasn't like, I wasn't fatigued just when I did like 7. I'm like, why is this so fucking light like this? I don't know. And I only did it because, I ain't gonna lie, yo. This is a new piece of equipment they got in the gym, and I saw this other dude, right? And he's a lot taller than I am. And he's wider built, but he put 4 plates on that shit. And I seen that shit, I was like, how is he lifting 4 plates on this shit? I was like, I gotta try that shit myself. And I was like, oh, that's how you're lifting 4 plates. Cause this shit ain't that fucking heavy like a regular flat bench, yo. Cause I know for a fact, if I just push 3 plates like 7 times, I can put like 4 or 5 plates on that bitch. That shit is weird. How, I don't know why it works like that. Working from the laptop. You see, I got ramen noodle arms. But now, yeah, I don't think I would want to use that because you have to put like a lot more weights on there just to fill something. That's weird. I don't know. I was like, this is going to be way harder, and no, it's not. It's way easier. This is at, I don't know if you can see the time. It says 5:11 a.m. The boy being there. I gotta get my workouts in early in the morning, yo. When nobody's in the gym. And it's very empty. I don't have to fucking fight for equipment. Yeah, I try to get my shit in early. Get some good stretches, especially if I don't sleep well. I think I need a new mattress. I've been saying that for like a year. But then I don't want to spend like $1,300 on a new mattress. I definitely do. I should get something. I should just treat myself to a new mattress this year. Use my income tax return and just go buy some outstanding ass Sealy Posturepedic or some crazy shit. Cause some mornings I wake up and I be like, fuck, bitch. I need to go stretch. Definitely need to go stretch. All right, back to the. I'm procrastinating. I can't help it. Well, not procrastinating. Like I say, we just wrote a half a song, man. That's something. We did that, so you know. We wasn't painting, but we did write a half a song just now. Getting ready for the next rock song we about to do. You know? Let's get in that rock and roll vibe real quick. You know? Yo, Fresh Cup of Joe, how you doing?
Everybody wanna see my limitations. Came from the basement, got a new placement. I scholar in the States, man, and always remember you can't hold me down. Watch the prince become a king. Now you can't hold me down. I control the throne and the crown. Now you can't hold me down. I came from the underground, so you can't hold me down. I came from the streets of South Philly, hard times, personality, greedy, grimy. I stay by myself with a beer and a cookie, cause these bitch niggas slimy, grimy. Motherfucking river, stand and deliver. The prince holding court, better stand when I am dead. Watch the prince become a king. Now you can't hold me down. I control the throne and the crown. Destined for greatness, practice persistence, passion and patience. I trap the hardest. Take risk and prosper. Fear is the monster that haunts your subconscious. You can't hold me down. The prince came to conquer. The prince came to conquer. gonna stop me. I'm the original, never been a copy. No, don't try to block me, not gonna stop me. I'm the original, never been a copy. Everybody wanna see my limitations. Came from the basement, got a new placement. A scholar and a statesman, and always remember, you can't hold me down. Watch the prince become the king. Now, you can't hold me down. Control the throne and the crown. Now, you can't hold me down, down. I came from the underground. So you can't hold me down. You can't hold me down.
Boy, that shit would be a thing, boy.
Project Blood, making up like a always great. The return of the Nephilim. Project Blood, close encounters of the third kind. Is it a movie to know myself down? Compounding your food, make it hard to digest. Got the jab, blood clots when they go to dissect. 5G, scramble brain waves like the pirates. Drones overhead, they really built a Skynet.
Realize, it seemed like the government keeps us deprived of information we need to survive, or technology that could help us all thrive. Everybody got a phone, and when we point them up high, it becomes hard to deny all the secrets that they hide. Lights in the sky, military compromise. They won't tell the truth, and we all wonder why.
Pounds in your food, make it hard to digest. Got the jam, blood clots when they go to dissect. 5G, scramble brain waves like the pirates. Drones overhead, they really built a Skynet. AI on your phone, that's Skynet. All these unmanned drones, that's Skynet. Let's not get it wrong, it's Skynet. It's Skynet. Skynet, who's getting spied on next? And I guess no privacy, I digress. The deep state trying to keep it quiet as kept, while the Pentagon telling us it's not a real threat. But the UAPs and arms are a part of the circumstance. Compounds in your food make it hard to digest. Got the jam, blood clots when they go to dissect. 5G, scramble brain waves like a Pyrex.
Drones overhead, they really building Skynet.
Compounds in your food make it hard to digest. Got the jam, blood clots when they go to dissect. 5G, scramble brain waves like a Pyrex. Drones overhead, they really building Skynet. Compounds in your food make it hard to digest. Got the jam, blood clots when they go to dissect. 5G, scramble brain waves like a Pyrex.
Drones overhead, they really building Skynet.
Drones overhead, they really building Skynet.
Drones overhead, they really building Skynet.
Yo, that shit really go too hard, you know?
They're going maybe slow, but we gotta keep going. They're going maybe tough, but the tough keep going. If you have a dream that you're chasing, hold it tight, keep it sacred. Don't let no one replace it, because losers come back jaded. You gotta stay courageous, the journey comes in stages. First you learn the basics of the matrix, phases of the moment manipulated. Personality, inspiration, hours and worry about hours. I'm a go-getter, a pro hitter. You chasing after glitter, but my goals go bigger, and I always go.
I don't care how the table this is going right now.
Till everybody knows. Go, go, keep going, go till everybody knows. Go. The going may be slow, but we gonna keep going. The going may be tough, but the tough keep going. If you have a dream that you're chasing, hold it tight, keep it sacred. Don't let no one replace it, because losers come back jaded. You gotta stay courageous, the journey comes in stages. First you learn the basics of the matrix, phases of the moon manipulating. Personality, inspiration and creation, preparation for your destination. Everybody let's stay motivated, and I always go, go, keep going, go till everybody knows. Go, go, keep going, go till everybody knows. Go.
That shit gonna get you. That shit gonna get you ready to do something. I don't know what you need to do, but if that don't get you in the mood to go do what you need to do, man, look, you super lazy. Gotta keep going till everybody knows. Everybody gonna hear about this shit, nigga. Everybody. And you fuckers look sour cause you wasted all yours and worry about ours. I'm a go-getter, a pro hitter. You chasing after glitter, but my goals go bigger, and I always. I lost my place. Fuck, I'm right here. Yeah, we need to add more to that playlist. I like that stuff right there. So we are currently writing. It's gonna be another something similar to Skynet, but not really. So Skynet talks about the drones, and it talks about aliens a little bit in that one too. Cause like, what the fuck is this shit in the sky, man? So I'm trying not to use like a lot of the same words or phrases that I used in that one, cause I do say UAPs and orbs in that song, but it is a hot topic. So space invaders, space invasion, lights and lasers, warp drives and phasers. It's something that these motherfuckers ain't telling us, man. What y'all got up there, man? Space Force, Dark Side of the Moon, motherfucking Dark Knight satellite. I don't know, man. It's a lot of weird shit. I'm just talking about stuff, you know. I can just write, you know, just whatever. Hey, this is stuff that I've heard and stuff that I've read or you know seen in documentaries. That's it. Hey, this is none of my own theories, and I'm not absolutely convinced of any of this. But I'm saying it's cool to talk about it, right? Can we at least talk about it? Hmm. Amazing. Can't even talk about it. Well, Fravor said he saw a Tic Tac. I'm just saying, I didn't say that. This man, his career is to fly jets. He's a pilot. How long you been doing it? 17 years? Oh, damn. So he's flown a lot. He's been in the sky. And all of the military's most high-tech aircraft that they have. And this dude said, hey, this one time I was flying in my military super advanced jet, and I saw something that was way more advanced than what the fuck I was flying. Well, what was it? I don't know. Well, can you describe it? Well, it kind of looked like a little Tic Tac. What did it do? I saw it, and then I didn't see it. Then I saw it over here, and then it went up like out of space. Then it went in the water, and then it was gone, and then it came up on the radar like 11 miles somewhere else. And we don't got no shit that can do that. And so you gotta think to yourself like, okay. No, he sounds like a pretty credible guy. Doesn't seem like, he would. After over almost 2 decades of, being behind the controls of military craft for almost 2 decades, just one day just be like, oh well, I'm just gonna make some shit up to tell people. He doesn't seem like one of those guys. And everything checks out. He's not some, well, we can't find his records or his military history. Like, no. Ain't none of that shit with that dude, yo. This motherfucker legit as fuck, and he just broke his silence. Like, yeah, I saw some shit one time, bro. And he said it was just that once. And he said, yeah, there's other teams and other squadrons that a lot of people reported seeing things like that. And and he heard reports about shit like that before he saw it. And he said, yeah, one time I did see the same shit everybody else said they were seeing. And it wasn't ours. He's like, we don't have nothing like that, bro. At the time that I know of, personally, me, that I know of, we don't got shit like that in our arsenal. We just don't. Not nothing that can move like that shit was moving, how I saw. And it's like, okay, you got me. I'm not convinced that, and like he said, he didn't say it was aliens or whatever either. So, I'm not convinced of what the fuck he saw, but I am convinced that he saw something that he can't describe. He actually saw a UFO, a UAP, or whatever. And he really believes that, the way he described it is like something I've never seen before. And I've never seen nothing like that again. So you kind of believe that guy a little bit. It's not like he said, oh yeah, after that I started getting abducted and I've been anal probed and there's like tracking devices embedded in my brain, and he didn't go way over extra or nothing like that. He just said, dude, on a regular routine day, out on the flight, and that was some shit, bro. 2014? one of the biggest ideas pushed for is government disclosure by the government or ETs. Can we, okay, disclosure. What rhymes with disclosure, people? We need a rhyming word. We can, exposure. With more exposure, we're getting closer to disclosure. With more exposure, we're getting closer to disclosure. Damn, that's a mouthful. Wait a minute. We're getting closer to disclosure. Damn, still can't say that shit. I'm thinking that shit hard as hell and still cannot say it. What the fuck? With more exposure, we're getting closer to this. Anyway, I could probably write that down though. With more exposure, we're getting closer to disclosure. With more exposure, we're getting closer to disclosure. For the more endorsements. We're getting closer to disclosure, more endorsements for the Space Force and more endorsements for the Space Force. With more exposure, we're getting closer to disclosure, more endorsements for the Space Force. What? Folgers, posters, bulldozers, dozers. Composure. I use that word a lot, composure. It's a good word. And it's almost too obvious. We might can use it though, because I use composure a lot in my raps. But this is rock, so that's why I hate that I'm trying so hard to do it that way, but I need to be more free with the lyrics. If it works, it works, because this is a rock song, and it'll sound completely different. And then plus different people like this style of music anyway, so it doesn't matter if I use some of the same lyrics or the same rhyme schemes, because it will sound completely different as a rock song. So I need to not be so nitpicky about the exact wordplay. So we could squeeze composure in there somewhere. With more exposure. This is some placeholders. You just need to write this down real quick before you forget it. With more exposure, we're getting closer. Getting closer to disclosure. More endorsements for the Space Force. more endorsements for the Space Force. Sip your Folgers and sip your Folgers, keep composure. Sip your Folgers, keep composure. Sip your Folgers. Sip your Folgers, keep composure. Hey, we gonna have a song hey, we gonna have a song in a few minutes. Y'all ain't getting no credit for this shit. Hey, y'all can rhyme along with me as much as y'all want. No credit. Y'all know how this thing go. Man, look, I don't give out advice. I don't give out credit. You gotta love me for my honesty. Thank you. I'm Laughing Girl. You and my other homie too. Like, I need to do different thumbnails. I think my thumbnail is so stale, it really stops people from clicking on the links. So, I don't need no stinking credits. That motherfucker got the knowledge of knowing. Bitch, I know, bitch. Give me credit or not, bitch. I know, I was there. And who said Folgers? I did, nigga. Who told you? Me. Okay, we know, right? We know. Don't need no stinking credit for that. I got the knowledge. I know what happened. I was there when you wrote it. It's recorded. This shit, I can play this shit back, bro. 1/10/225, 7:36 a.m. Mr. Prince denied me credit for my contribution. Denied me credit and others for our contribution to his song Space Invasion. As you can clearly see here, let me hear if I can delete this motherfucking stream right now. For these motherfuckers started taking screenshots of shit. We gonna have this song done in a little while. Everybody, we gonna have it done in a little while. Keep thinking of some good shit now. So Invasion said something, then Omizu said something, then everybody wanna say stuff. But we got it. We got it. Yo, we writing this shit right here today. I'll be damned if we don't have a new rock song today. Let's let that marinate a little bit. That's nice. I like that. I like how that's coming out. How many bars is that one? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's coming out nice. And look, it ain't even 8 o'clock in the morning yet. What the hell? And my homie's like, bro, you be writing your ass off. How you be writing so many songs? Don't worry about it. I got ghostwriters too, nigga. What? I got ghostwriters too. Damn it, I lost my spot. No, here we go. Yeah, no, wait a minute. Alright, because I made some changes in some of these leaves, so I'm going to just have to play around with this little section, I think. Space invaders, lights and lasers. Warp drives and phasers. They call us crazy for investigating. 1947 Roswell secret agents. Freeman said that he saw a tic tac, couldn't even see it when it zigzag. Came from outer space and then it splish splash, down in the ocean like, what the fuck was that? And then it splish splash, down in the ocean like, what the fuck was that? I think we're on to something. Mm-hmm. It's something. I didn't say what it was exactly, but it is something. It's a thing that we're doing. So we're just gonna keep moving, because it may be great. It may be good. It may be okay. We'll have to figure that out in the end, but it will be something, and that is a fact. Beyond all facts, you know. As long as we always making a thing and doing stuff, you know, because you never know when it will be a great thing, unless you keep making things and trying stuff and doing stuff. Mm-hmm. Yep. This man said he gotta go hit the bong and he'll be right back. Hey man, you must be got kids in the house? Are you the kid in the house? Which one? Cause to hit a bong, that's not like running outside to smoke a doobie. Hitting a bong, you know you gotta sit down and chill with that shit, bro. Hit this bong real quick, bro. I'll be right back. Broski. Be right back, broski. About to go get toasty. I feel you on all of that. Take your time, young man. Don't you rush that bong. Take your time, long man. Hit it slow and hit it long. Take your time, young man. Don't you rush to hit that bong. Take your time, young man. Hit it slow and hit it long. Somebody write that down. Don't steal my shit. Don't steal that. That's just gonna be a little teeny snippet interlude. That's all I need. That's all it has to be, yo. Just like a little snippet, yo. Take your time, young man. Don't you rush to hit that bong. I gotta find a blank page. God damn. You good right here? Let me do something here. All right, I got that written down. That's something else. Don't tell me I ain't doing shit this morning. We rhyming and painting. I gotta take a bathroom break, guys. I did, not gonna lie, I did a bottle and a half of water at the gym this morning, and now I'm drinking coffee, so the bathroom breaks has begun. And we probably be running in and out for the next longest now. Let's run through this.
A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. Early in the morning, little bitch beside me, pussy gets devoured. Then I hit the gym for about an hour, come back home and hit the shower, meditate, make a breakfast shake, peanut butter, protein powder. Next I'm puffing potent flowers, blowing sour, medicate. Looking Japanese, Okinawa, I could be pistol packing, popping cowards, but instead I'm in the studio, painting vivid pictures of the Twin Towers, Gemini, twin shadows, underground like King Bowser. Keep browsing, speak louder till you find a track that keep your speakers beat, pound and run it back. 100 cats couldn't touch my wolf pack. You celebrate, I celebrate. He sell me coke, I sell him crack. Picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. Picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. T-Nanny taught me how to freestyle, taught me how to write a rap. Benny keep me with the beats, and I stay on attack. I can paint a pretty portrait, or freestyle a mixtape and live stream the display while getting shit faced. In this case, it's a disgrace to pitch hate. My crew carry ratchets, comments get erased. You bitch made switchblades cut you like a sensei. You been gay, better watch what him say. If Fire Horse say he the goat, then he the goat. Say no more, don't need the smoke. The villain with the politic and trained to crush the competition. Consequences get you beat into submission. If you still conscious, hope that you can listen, pay attention. Sneak this and not permitted. Have you missing family speaking to the graveyard attendant? Looking superstitious, sporting true religion while I'm in the studio cooking up a new commission. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these.
So this is a different way I arrange this playlist.
A picture's worth 1,000 words.
This is like all the rap shit on here, all the new rap shit. I'm not gonna lie, I think this is like the better raps that I've been
Picture's worth
like.
1,000
One of
words.
the other raps I say were some old raps from my old heads, but I think that these are all new raps that I wrote, and I'm really liking some of the new shit that I wrote, yo. So I figured I'll try to put all of this in one playlist.
Can't handle your business. Talking all that bitch shit. My niggas relentless. Probably get your wig split. Talking all that bitch shit. Sweeter than some biscuit. My niggas a menace. Probably get your wig split. Never asking for forgiveness. Young cops call them piglets. Been raw since an infant. Y'all about to witness something so stupendous in this instance. Have you frozen for a minute? Cause this shit will get intense. I'm the artist known as Prince, splitting wigs, you can Google that. Biggie said, never hustle where you boo-boo at. That's a shitty situation, like incarcerated anal when I'm walking into the car, you know I watch every angle. These niggas try to split your wig and crackers try to hang you. Can't handle your business. Talking all that bitch shit. My niggas relentless. Probably get your wig split. Talking all that bitch shit. Sweeter than some biscuit. My niggas a menace. Probably get your wig split. Since the jit and the bricks, we was out here splitting wigs, bumming cigs from the old heads talking shit. Selling out by the zip, trying to make a quick flip. Niggas trip, 40 bottle crushes lip, grab my grip, off the clip. Okay, yeah, don't play. We as grimy as it gets, won't let you try me as a bitch. Probably find your body lying in a ditch. I plead the fifth and never snitch, new attempt, calculated risk. You blew a pimp, I flew a blimp. I see where the confusion is. We are not the same. Can't handle your business. Talking all that bitch shit. My niggas relentless. Probably get your wig split. Talking all that bitch shit. Sweeter than some biscuit. My niggas a menace. Probably get your wig split. Can't handle your business. Talking all that bitch shit. My niggas relentless. Probably get your wig split. Talking all that bitch shit. Sweeter than some biscuit. My niggas a menace. Probably get your wig split.
When this shit hit the fan, y'all bitch and plot thicken. Uncle Ben whipping white in the kitchen, and I write with attention, like I want vengeance. So you should pay attention, cause you don't want the business. If it's freestyle or written like sipping hot tea from Cat Williams, I'm that brilliant, that silly, get your ass off of that bat building. Silence on the horizon, rapping like a black villain, while Kathy Hochul trying to teach computers to black children. PA bred like Mac Miller, SC really raised me. A Yankee plus a bumpkin, yes, he really crazy. Philly 58th Street, Killerville at 843, just wait and see. We hold the top spot, there's no vacancy. You blatantly foul niggas flagrantly. I keep a stone face and continue to sit patiently. The alphabet agencies constantly surveillance me, basically racially hating me audaciously. Tell me who's next? Who wanna catch wreck? Put his pen to the test, make his head hit the desk. They request for respect, niggas gotta earn that. Killer Bill got some hitters, so tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next? Venom the war blade, down with the black knight. Hit you with the act right, light an L, let the fire baptize. All you black spies and wise guys and drive-by front the high rise. Get you in my eyesight, make your ass a highlight. And I just might blow the whole place. You give me too hype in hindsight. You wouldn't understand, you couldn't live my high life. Try to see the view from my height. Michael Snowblind, put your beef like bovine. There ain't no cosign, triangulate the cosign. Isosceles, yes, the whole nine. Machine gun, apostrophe S, just let me know who's next. Hit the ref, don't need no new text. Moonwalker, niggas in some nights with some new checks. Old head with a new breath, make you lose breath trying to battle me. It's a snooze fest, 24 hours in a day, you choose to do less. Tell me who's next, who wanna catch wreck? Put his pen to the test, make his head hit the desk. Can't request for respect, niggas gotta earn that. Killerville got some hitters, so tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next?
Cranberry juice with the gin, get me loose with the pen, flowing like a hooligan, asking who's who again, pointing at your loser friends, acting brand new again, like brand new begins. smart raps are cool again. Play you like a fool again. You ain't want the problems, you staying in, I'm slobbering like a hobgoblin. Leave these niggas hobbling. You say it's just a flesh wound, but I'm really chopping them limbs off. You been soft like a sparrow with a half a coconut. You been lost. Juke moves hit you with a spin toss. Big bucks, big bank. Niggas know I been boss. Brush drip paint like I say the new Bob Ross. Plus you can't imitate cause you niggas too soft. And you can't pay the cost. Too broke to pay attention. Would say your name but you're too white for me to mention. Yeah, cause niggas raise holy hell, searching for the holy grail. Foes hope that I'm gon' fail, guess they just don't know me well. I walk with a long stick, with a long clip. You worry about the wrong shit, I put the focus on myself. Niggas raise holy hell, searching for the holy grail. Foes hope that I'm gon' fail, guess they just don't know me well. I walk with a long stick, with a long clip. You worry about the wrong shit, I put the focus on myself. The throne is for the prince, evidence, my fingerprints. 843 to Killerville, I represent my residence. Flowing like an alien, Anunnaki god body glowing like I'm heaven sent. Spread like a pestilence, turn you to a pessimist. Give a nigga 1 inch, better check the measurements. Cause they'll try to take a foot so they can stay relevant. Don't test my intelligence, way too sick for medicine. I talk fast, you think slow, way too much to comprehend. And let's not pretend, 9 times out of 10, I'm a 10. The line between friendship and business is thin. Never fuck a man's bitch or fuck up his dividends. Two unforgivable sins and unwavering pen. Death note, notebook, just scribbled your name in. Old crook, new look, by any means I'm gon' win. Cause niggas raise holy hell, searching for the holy grail. Foes hope that I'm gon' fail, guess they just don't know me well. I walk with a long stick, with a long clip. You worry about the wrong shit, I put the focus on myself. Niggas raise holy hell, searching for the holy grail. Foes hope that I'm gon' fail, guess they just don't know me well. I walk with a long stick, with a long clip. You worry about the wrong shit, I put the focus on myself. I'm a titan like a Poseidon with a trident, pillaging your village like a Viking. Full moon, get excited, then I switch it to a light. Then I clap, you hear the bass, see the flash like lightning. Gotta cover my play cause these bitch niggas biting. I stay with a strap like a Daikin, don't need no hype, man, I throw it on sight. You should play your hand if you think that you might. Could dance with the devil in pale moonlight. Roll the dice real nice, came back with his life. He a child of the night, higher mighty and he smite shice niggas. Coward ass niggas gon' die twice. Holy hand grenade at Antioch, make the camera stop. Survivor stay shell shocked. The earthquake with shell tops. A b-boy and I've been focused on this hip hop. Yeah, cause niggas raise holy hell, searching for the holy grail. Foes hope that I'm gon' fail, guess they just don't know me well. I walk with a long stick, with a long clip. You worry about the wrong shit, I put the focus on myself. Niggas raise holy hell, searching for the holy grail. Foes hope that I'm gon' fail, guess they just don't know me well. I walk with a long stick, with a long clip. You worry about the wrong shit, I put the focus on myself. Niggas raise holy hell, searching for the holy grail. Foes hope that I'm gon' fail, guess they just don't know me well. I walk with a long stick, with a long clip. You worry about the wrong shit, I put the focus on myself.
When I'm in the city, I miss the trees. So when the wind blows, it makes me leave. I'm allergic to the bullshit. When I smell it, it makes me sneeze. I move smooth with urgency, and then I got like Hercules. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but your words never hurting me. And certainly, my penmanship pins manuscripts above average. In cursive on a classic kid, an 80s baby and a 90s kid. Been a dope boy since 96 on that deep bass, and I'm high hits. Better keep pace, ride or die shit. Always grinding, racking up the mileage. While the money keep piling. I miss the trees, dirt roads, and a pine cone. South Carolina, that's my home. Fuck around and get your mind blown. You can check the name, that's my throne. Yeah. That's my throne, that's my throne, that's my throne. That's my throne. A few bars to get you towed away. I kill you niggas with a throwaway. Come down south to the lower states. I'm a big G, you a lowercase. I blow a O a day and fuck a hoe a day. And we slide on suckers like roller skates. My team the meanest, that's no debate. And we gon' keep eating till we overweight. Only thing you niggas know is how to hate. But we use that as fuel just to motivate. I hold the weight and expose your fear. You too powder, we gon' doze your here. And I mash the gas while I'm shifting gears. Ahead of you niggas by some light years. I drink hard liquor, you sip light beer. We got bullet scars and tatted tears. Tatted tears, tatted tears. One of the best out of the Ville. I done shown and prove my skills. I done shown and prove my love. And I do this for us. This my bro. I miss the trees, dirt roads, and them pine cones. South Carolina, that's my home. I fuck around and get your mind blown. You can check the name, that's my throne.
Mr. Trees, dirt roads, and a pine cone. South Carolina, that's my home. I fuck around and get your mind blown. You can check the name, that's my throne.
Trap House Entertainment. Money motivate, motivate, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Money, motivation, money, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Money, motivate, motivate, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Money, motivation, money, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Dirty ghetto kids growing up, bullshit, selling twigs, trying to make some pins. Being broke don't make no sense. Ever since I was a kid, been convinced that your time spent represents what you get. That's some real spit. Break it down, bag it up, hit the strip real quick. Got it out the mud, in that country mud real thick. Stayed about them Benjamins, way back we were bagging nicks. Hustling like some savages, moving all them packages. While you blowing on some babbage, I stay stacking on my cabbage. Money, motivation, graduated selling cocaine. Never wanted ghetto fame, but the OGs know my name. In the city, know my gang, and my niggas money man. Hey, motivate, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Money, motivation, money, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Fuck them haters, stack your paper, cost me money, motivated. I acknowledge my accomplishments, you procrastinate. Fuck them haters, stack your paper, cost me money, motivated. I acknowledge my accomplishments, you procrastinated. Yeah, money don't make money. You ain't scared of shit when you got an empty tummy. It ain't funny when it's cold out and your nose runny. Why ends bang out like a crash dummy. We made it out cause we act different and learn from all our bad decisions cause we stayed down and handle business. Invest with interest LLC so we get resistant. Equity and acquisitions, you gotta think. Legacy after you have some children. Apply pressure and keep building. Grind, grind. I'm trying to see me a few million. You alive, but is you living? I'm working and you chilling. You watch the clock and watch the stocks, trying to catch some deals. Better get it how you live, cause we on a money sprint. Money motivate, motivate, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Money, motivation, money, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Money, motivate, motivate, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Money, motivation, money, motivation. Money, money, motivation, motivate. Fuck them haters, stack your paper, cause we money motivated. I acknowledge my accomplishments, you procrastinating. Haters, stack your paper, cause we money motivated. I acknowledge my accomplishments, you procrastinated.
I like how that runs through like that.
Trap House Entertainment.
There's more songs on
Yeah, yeah,
there. The detail, hey, get it down.
yeah. Do it for the art.
Do it.
Do it for the love. Do it for the heart. Give a fuck who judge. Do it for the art. Do it for the love. Do it for the heart. Give a fuck who judge. Yeah, my team made it. Y'all niggas hating. Still chasing. New placements for hanging. New paintings. 2025, about to going crazy. Fuck you, pay me. Wait till they see a living legend and I've been sketching. Since a young boy I've been drawing. I'm a real artist, no second guessing. A stroke game that's real. crunch my details, that's real extra. 14 by 16, 24 by 24, 36 by 48. I get it in, you know I'm straight. Yeah, you know I'm slanging paint. The colors deep like game. All the tone, all the hues, all the reds, and all the blues. And you accused me of losing a few marbles and a couple screws. I might be crazy, but I pay dues. Stay down, stay true. 14 by 16, 24 by 24, 36 by 48. I get it in, you know I'm straight. 14 by 16, 24 by 24, 36 by 48. I get it in, you know I'm straight. Yeah, do it for the art. Do it for the love. Do it for the heart. Give a fuck who judge. Do it for the art. Do it for the love. Do it for the heart. Give a fuck who judge.
Give a fuck who judge.
Okay, laughing girl. Happy Friday.
When I can't sleep, I hit the studio and grab a brush. Which an hour, dopamine flood. Activate my superpowers. I'm blowing sour, rolling weed up, got a mean buzz. Creation such a deep rush. Keeps me painting with a deep touch. Feel it in your soul, that's a deep cut. We must be the inspiration for the next generation. Seize each occasion, teach the nation. Feed the wisdom to the children of the village that were raised and lost to their imagination. Foster acceleration, circumvent incarceration of the body and the mind. Change your hustle, not your grind. Change your hustle, not your grind. Cause there might come a time when you have to push past the gatekeepers and all the haters. I bully my way in and destined for greatness. My concept's amazing, my style go too crazy. Prince on the throne and on my way in. I had to push past the gatekeepers and all the haters. I bully my way in and destined for greatness. My concept's amazing, my style go too crazy. Prince on the throne and on my way in. I had to create in a bad mood. When you ain't motivated, better stay consistent cause these streets might grab you. Rats try to pop your top like a can of cat food. So to tame the savage, I stay in the attic with a canvas. You ain't got a passion, then you wouldn't understand it. Understand or overstand. Most my thoughts go over heads. Most of beef is overbred. Most these niggas over scared to step outside their comfort zone and truly do their own thing. Paint a mural or produce a musical for Broadway. I can do it y'all way, or God's way like Yahweh. Blow the breath of life into everything I create. Eat healthy, exercise, stay in shape. Cause one day I had to push past the gatekeepers and all the haters. I bully my way in and destined for greatness. My concept's amazing, my style go too crazy. Prince on the throne and on my way in. I had to push past the gatekeepers and all the haters. I bully my way in and destined for greatness. My concept's amazing, my style go too crazy. Prince on the throne and on my way in. We must be the inspiration for the next generation. Seize each occasion, teach the nation. Feed the wisdom to the children of the village that were raised in blocks of their imagination. Foster acceleration, circumvent incarceration of the body and the mind. For the next generation, seize each occasion, teach the nation. Feed the wisdom to the children of the village that we're raising. Blast of their imagination, foster acceleration, circumvent incarceration of the body and the mind. Push past the gatekeepers and all the haters. I believe my way in and destined for greatness. concept's amazing, my style go too crazy. Prince on the throne, and on my way in, I had to.
Oh my god, that is so smooth.
We must be the inspiration for the next generation.
I think that's the last song. Okay. I'm not even sure how many songs that was. Because I thought it was going to stop 2 songs ago, but I forgot we had made those 2 songs. Okay, so. I might keep that playlist like that and rename it something else. Because that's just a bunch of good raps on there. Man. My bad, guys. I'm coming. songs on that playlist. And only one of them is 4 minutes long, which isn't bad. All the rest of them are 3-something minutes. There's a couple of them that are 2 minutes. So that's why it doesn't take long. I like it like that. A bunch of really hard hitting bars, and they don't extend longer than they need to for each track, and it's on to the next song. All right. Let's see what the news is saying. Somebody's trying to play Sifu for the first time. Day 13. If you, I've seen a lot of people do taking no damage, a full see-through run through the whole game without taking one hit. I'm like, how the fuck can you do that? Because that game is really, really challenging. It's extremely challenging. But I noticed too, like the people who do a no-hit run, it's not their first playthrough. So they play through it and get all the level ups and all the good abilities, and then their second run through, when they really try to run through it, they're able to do it without taking a lot of damage or any damage. Like, bro, you know you can't do that shit like right off the bat the first time. I don't know. I'm not gonna say you can't. But it's a really, really, really fucking tough ass game. But the thing is, like, some tough games, I just quit. I'm not gonna invest the time into it. Like, this is too hard. And I'll just like, I'm good. But Sifu is a hard ass game. It's really tough, but somehow like it makes you wanna beat the motherfucker. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really explain why I wanted to beat it so bad. Even though it was like one of the hardest games I had played in fucking years. I'm talking about, because I don't like hard games like that anymore. Bro, I ain't got the time for this shit, man. I'm just trying to play some games and enjoy my little video game time. I'm not sitting here trying to struggle with this shit and motherfucking curse at the TV and throw the fucking controllers and shit. I don't need the game to be that hard and challenging anymore. That's why most of the time I'm just on the game, chatting with my buddies on Call of Duty. But Sifu? Your first time playing that shit? That's what I'm saying, like anybody's first time playing it, just to get used to the game, like you have to take a punch here and there. I don't think like the first time you ever turn that game on, can you really run through that shit without getting hit? I don't know, man. That shit just seemed like too tough of a game for anybody, really. That shit is hard as hell. But some people, like I said, some people make that shit look so fucking easy. They make it look so easy. There's something better than 01. Microsoft new model. And then they also said that there was a Chinese company that open sourced some new coding and some new theories about how the 01 model is working. And it's like they just dumped that shit out there. Like, wait a minute, bro. You telling us you cracked our shit and you just letting everybody know? And it was like, yep. And I'm like, damn. And now my man is saying that Microsoft just released something that's better than 01. And actually, I've heard, well, I didn't hear, I read a headline that said that OpenAI wants to do a little bit more tweaking on their agents, their agentic models before they release them to us, because they keep lying and doing a bunch of other shit that they really can't control, and they're not sure what to do about those issues. And so they're like, no, they're coming. You're definitely going to get them this year, but let's try to really add in a few more safety features because these things are just, they don't want to say, oh, they have a mind of their own. But that's, they're saying everything short of that. They're saying everything short of, oh, they really do have a mind of their own. And they keep lying and doing other dubious shit and won't tell us why they're doing it. So it's like, oh, you can't really control these motherfuckers. They don't want the AI to start running rampant immediately. They don't immediately want it to start running all rampant and crazy and shit, but they're like, these things are kind of hard to control, and with so much inputs, it seems like they're easier to jailbreak, and that's the part that they don't want, is motherfuckers jailbreaking these things and telling it to do shit that they don't want it to do, like, hey, hack this account and put all the money in my account. And it's like, yeah, sure, no problem. Or at least, like, write a code for me that I could use to do something like that, That's what they're scared of. Like, man, look, these shits are not acting right now. Somebody gonna get this shit and fuck something up. You damn right, somebody gonna fuck some shit up with that shit, right? Hmm. All right, 1 second, guys. I think I'm about to get something. Been up for a minute and did a pretty good arm workout today. So I think I should have ate a couple hours ago, honestly, but it's all good. anxious as hell to hear this fucking clip real quick. I'm trying to get to that one, just at least see if I can get this leaf kind of built in. Now you guys see what I'm saying? This was definitely going to be a process with coming back over these leaves. Not everywhere and on everything, but because we know where the leaf is at now. In the first part, we had to kind of figure out which leaf was which prominent leaves we were going to like really try to define and shape out. Where can we dumb it down a little bit? So, once again, coming back detailing this thing it's a little time consuming, but it's going to definitely go faster than it's the first detail level. That's definitely a lot faster than that. Mm-hmm. All right. Wendy's in the building. All right. Yeah, so you can see just a little bit, a tad bit higher level of contrast. That's all we're going for. Not everywhere, not everything, but if we can make the leaves just pop out a little bit more from that dark background back there, is all we're looking for really. Where can we add a little bit of yellow, a little bit of permanent green, just to pull them leaves forward just a little bit more, and just give it that little extra distinction. Yeah. That's our game plan for today. And it's looking damn good so far, so I think I'm gonna, like I said, heat some food up. Man, am I hungry. It's 8:30. Yeah, let's have some breakfast. A little bit of breakfast. hot. It doesn't feel hot. It might work. Alright. Didn't feel like cooking breakfast, so I'm having leftovers for breakfast. Haha. Chili and rice. I need a lot of protein this morning after that workout.
Done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen.
Deep thinking through Monte Carlo tree search. So Monte Carlo tree search, you can think of it as sort of just like a branching decision tree that you're kind of like thinking through to the end and thinking through problems to figure out the best solution to any given question. So I kind of think of it as maybe how we do crossword puzzles a little bit. You know, 100 million, this thing spent 10. Some rough math, well, they presents R star math. As you know, in 2024, we saw a lot of AI systems, whether that's LLMs or specific AI models built specifically for math. Well, they dominated the various math competitions. Google DeepMind's model came within 1 point of getting a gold medal on the IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad. The O3 model from OpenAI almost got 100% on the AIME. It missed one question, I believe. The AIME is the brightest high school math students. So the point being is that in 2024, we saw our sort of best and brightest, biggest, most advanced AI models beat some of the best and brightest sort of mathematical minds, human minds in the world. But this is a little bit different.
It's bigger than you can possibly imagine. Subscribe so you don't miss it.
So this is from AK on X, a great follow, by the way, if you're interested in the actual like LLM and AI papers, like the deep dives into papers. So Microsoft presents R-star math. Small LLMs can master math reasoning with self-evolved deep thinking. On the math benchmark, it improves Core 2.5 Math 7B from, let's say 60% to 90, and 5.3 Mini 3.8B from 42 to 87, surpassing O1 Preview by 4.5% and almost 1%. So I know some of you are like falling asleep there. Let me break it down. So the O1 Preview is basically the most advanced model that we have right now, probably when it comes to reasoning, to a lot of math and skills like that. There are quite whispers about the O3 model that is like the sort of the next step, but that's not released yet. We might be getting a O3 Mini coming soon, but none of that is out yet. So we kind of know it's going to be better, but the O1 Preview, that's what everyone has available right now. That's the best OpenAI model that's available. It's big. We're not sure how many parameters it is, but it's probably a mixture of experts. It's probably a pretty chunky model, probably huge comparing to other models of its class. Also, it's one of the reasoning models, meaning that it's using sort of the test time compute, right? It has its chain of thoughts that are running in the background, allowing it to think through an answer before answering. That incredible advanced super duper model got beat, 4.5%, 1%, but it was beat. What was it beat by? These two open source models, one from US, one from China. One's 7 billion parameters. So you say that's a small model. And this 3.8 billion. So again, these are some of the smaller large language models that we can sort of use. I mean, you have small ones, but in terms of like usability, like this is towards kind of like the bottom, right? So in general, kind of how I think about the sizes. So this is a Llama 3.1. And again, if you're using a mixture of experts, like the numbers are a little bit different, but if you're talking about a dense model, kind of like a one big chunk model, right? So kind of in the 8 billion parameters, like around there, those are kind of like these small models, right? 70 billion, that's the medium size, and then like the 4.5 billion, that's the big size. GPT-4, we believe, was around 1.7 trillion. So that's kind of like where the big models start. This is kind of like the mid-range. This is the small, 8 billion and 7 billion and 3.8 billion. That's the bottom of kind of the range of usable large language models. Those models beat the biggest, most advanced model that we have on the market right now when it comes to the AIME, like the best and brightest high school math students, like that competition, it beat them. kind of the big thing to understand here is that a lot of the sort of criticisms of AI and kind of AI progress and these large language models, a lot of the stuff kind of ran up against the idea of these scaling laws. So we believe that as long as we give more data, more compute, sort of more hardware resources to it, the models get better and better and better and better. But there was also some criticism because of that, because that means, well, more data, we already scoured the entirety of the internet. Where do you get more data? Already, Microsoft and places like that, they're rebooting old nuclear power plants in part to, sustain the power to the data centers. Right, so there's kind of like a lot of questions, like how can we consistently logarithmically scale like all this stuff when we're already kind of approaching the edges of what we have available? And kind of one of the big sort of trends that we saw, let's say in the last 6 months, it's really been stepping up, although we saw it even before that, is going smaller, getting more efficient. There seems to be massive, massive potential there. Tiny models just destroy these large models for their own sort of tiny specific use cases. The DeepSeek V3 model, it was trained with something like 11x less compute than the equivalent Meta, Facebook's Llama model. So let's say if Meta spends 100 million, this thing spent 10, some rough equivalent of that. And this is showing while we can continue scaling a lot of these models, we're seeing a lot of other sort of avenues of improvement that are not sort of relying on just things getting bigger and more expensive and taking up more energy and more data, etc. In fact, some of these things take less data, less money, less compute. We also have the sort of the test time compute scaling, where we're able to give more resource to these models at test time when we're asking it questions to think through the answer. And that seems to be almost like a different direction that we can scale and improve these models. That's orthogonal, as they say. It's like its own avenue of improvement that's not relying on just making things bigger in one direction. It's interesting that certain words are kind of like fashion statements, where every season you have a different new cool words that are getting used. I feel like orthogonal, this is the season of orthogonal. This is the time that everybody kind of uses that word because it's kind of like the hip new in-season word, orthogonal. We can't just say this thing happened independently of this other thing. We have to say orthogonal. Just FYI, that's the new rule. You have to start using that word. That's the word you use if you want the other nerds to think you're cool. Let's dive into that paper, but really fast, here's a quick 40-second clip of Elon Musk. He recently said something interesting that I think is very relevant to kind of what we're looking at right now. Take a listen.
Does AI make a difference in your life today? 13% said yes. And they said in 5 years from now, will AI make a difference in your life? 87% expect in 5 years it will make a difference. What is
gigantic difference?
Okay, what is it going to do for people? Is it going to
anything you want
work or to work? Right?
AI will do anything you want and even suggest things you never even thought of. AI really within the next few years will be able to do any cognitive task. It obviously begs the question, what are we all going to do? But pretty much any cognitive task that doesn't involve atoms, AI will be able to do within, I'd say, max 3 or 4 years, maximum.
So he's saying that any cognitive task that does not involve atoms, AI will be able to do in 3 to 4 years. The reason why that's kind of a big statement is like, if we are here and this is a now, right? So this is where we are now. And you're hearing these things, you're hearing these ideas, and you kind of understand what's coming, you're aware of it. It's kind of important to be aware that sort of like there's this kind of next period in history where single individuals will be able to play a massive role kind of on the world stage. They will have a lot of leverage, more than possibly, any human being had in the previous history of the human race. And then, eventually at some point after that, there's probably going to be a point at which humans were just not going to be as sort of influential, right? If the best researchers are AI, the best producers of entertainment is AI, everybody knows what AI is capable of, like sort of those effects kind of like percolate throughout everything and kind of reach some sort of a level of saturation. At some point, like you're just not going to be able to do as much as a single individual. A lot of the stuff will be done by AI, etc. But kind of between now and then, there's this period where, number one, you can have incredible abilities if you utilize AI effectively. As it's getting applied to everything, as a lot of people still are figuring out what it's able to do or what's not able to do. Like for example, now and very soon in the following, 1 year to 10 years, you will be able to have world-class knowledge about anything. You will have AIs at your fingertips that are able to supply you with, top world-class expert abilities and knowledge about any subject that you want. People that sort of grok that and apply it in the right scenarios will probably have a lot of success, right? Great success. So if you want to have a great impact on the world, whether that's, you just want to make some money or you are looking to help affect the world, bring more positivity to people, serve in some way, I would think of like this kind of next period in time as kind of the area where human beings have just the most potential that we've ever had. So here's where human beings are just figuring out how to use a spear to hunt down, food. And here's whatever future we have in front of us, Star Trek or, whatever. It's probably going to be largely AI assistant. It will probably be largely AI assisted, AI managed, right? Sort of a single individual's sort of potential to have a massive impact. It was always like, let's say it's here. And in the future, because most things will be sort of largely handled by AI, we're not going to be as smart at stuff as it is in progressing technology and managing cities and building businesses, whatever, right? So this is kind of like the potential, right? And it's right around here where AGI emerges, but we're still figuring out how to apply it. That potential for, a single individual is going to be massive. Certainly, if you're the one building AI, you can see how it is massive. But also, if you're applying AI, you're figuring out how to use it for various purposes. Right, in the next several decades, that potential for any single human to get something done will probably be the biggest that we've ever had in human history, and likely eventually we'll ever have after this period is over. It's going to go back to not being quite as high. There's this sort of peak that we're going to have. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Am I missing something? By the way, if you're into sci-fi, the book called The Player of Games and the whole Culture series, I think kind of do a really good job of explaining kind of like what that future may look like. The Player of Games, phenomenal book. I really kind of nails that vision of the future. Anyways, R-star math, small LMs can master math reasoning with self-evolved deep thinking, right? So R-star math, small language models can rival or even surpass the math reasoning capability of OpenAI O1. And this is important without distillation from superior models. So very often times you see, and this is kind of like this open secret, that a lot of these models, they sort of use other superior models to take sort of information from them. So they do outputs and then they train the other models, their own models from the outputs of the bigger models. So sometimes that's referred to as sort of the teacher model, the student model. But very often when you ask, whether you ask one of the Chinese models or Grok or anything else like that, what model it's running on, every once in a while I'll say, I am, on the GPT-4 architecture. If you've seen that, it's sort of a little bit of an artifact, kind of like pointing to the fact that, when GPT-4 came out, it was so sort of kind of ahead of everybody else that everybody used that data to kind of like build their own models, or at least kind of get that ball rolling. So that's called knowledge distillation. So here they're pointing out that they're building this without knowledge distillation from superior models. Instead, R-star math achieves this by exercising deep thinking through Monte Carlo tree search. So Monte Carlo tree search, you can think of it as sort of just like a branching decision tree that you're kind of like thinking through to the end and thinking through problems to figure out the best solution to any given question. So I kind of think of it as maybe how we do crossword puzzles a little bit. You fill in some stuff that you're kind of maybe sure about based on your best approximations, but then you might have to kind of go back because something's wrong, etc. I am grossly oversimplifying that, but just so you understand, like what they mean by that is kind of the idea of searching through the possible solution states and sort of training the model, improving the model through doing that, like exploring solutions, actions, then going back and kind of making decisions based on those actions. And R-star math introduces 3 innovations to tackle the challenges in training. And one is a novel code-augmented chain-of-thought data synthesis method, which generates step-by-step verified reasoning trajectories. So if you recall the paper STAR, Self-Taught Reasoner, this was one of the sort of first papers that gave us a glimpse into this idea of having the model kind of produce thinking and then getting trained on its own thinking to improve its reasoning abilities. And simply how that worked is, so you would ask it a question, what can be used to carry a small dog? You had a number of answers. It would produce a reasoning or some sort of a rationale for its answer and then give the answer. If the rationale led to the right answer, this rationale, the model would be fine-tuned on that. So the synthetic data that it produced, it would be used to train the model to come to that answer better more often. And this worked well, but of course the question is, like, what happens if the wrong reasoning led to the right answer? Then sort of as we're training the model, like, yeah, it's getting the right answer, but the reasoning is wrong. So there's a little bit of a disconnect that can cause issues. Here it looks like they came up with some sort of an approach that kind of addresses this. So they're calling it the code augmented chain of thought generation. So the prior Monte Carlo tree search approaches primarily generated natural language chain of thoughts. So the model would think through, all the reasoning that it needs to do to answer a question. And as I say, however, large language models often suffer from hallucinations, producing incorrect or irrelevant steps, yet arrive at the correct answer by chance. So this is kind of, a big problem, right? Because it might be getting the correct answer. And if we're just looking to make sure that it came to the correct answer, and we just assumed the reason was correct, obviously that creates issues. And there isn't like a great way of scalably correct the reasoning, right? Unless a human being is sitting there and just checking everything, you can't really spot when those mistakes happen, not at scale. And these thought steps are challenging to detect and eliminate. Bingo. And so they're saying to address this, we propose a novel code execution augmented chain of thought. As shown in figure 2, this is down below here, the policy model generates a one-step natural language chain of thought alongside its corresponding Python code. Right, so for example, in this thing where it's trying to calculate how many miles someone walked, right? So they're saying, so calculate the total distance walked south. So that's the sort of the natural language, it's thinking out loud. And alongside it produces the Python comment. So Python coding language, very good for stuff like this, very good for math. It's very popular, very commonly used with AI. And so, the Python code gets executed, so they're able to actually generate the answer to that sort of total distance walked. And as they say here, only generations with successfully executed Python code are retained as valid candidates. So this is interesting because it comes up with a natural language sort of thought, right? And then it generates code. But if the code doesn't run, the kind of the reasoning or the natural language, whatever, it kind of gets sort of tossed out, helping to make sure that it's not hallucinating and probably, getting rid of a lot of the sort of the bad answers. And this kind of idea of like dense rewards versus sparse rewards. The closer together those checkpoints are, the better we can train these models, right? So if we're only looking if the answer is right, it might be screwing up everything in its search for the answer, getting the answer correct by chance, and we're like, great job. And so that bad thinking gets trained into the model, causing issues. Whereas if we're able to sort of like check its work, how sometimes in school, if you're doing a test, you might get a +1 point for getting the answer correct, but you also have to get all the work correct to get the rest of the points. So the challenge has been trying to figure out how to do that with a lot of the applications like this. And the second sort of innovation that they've added here is a novel process reward model training method that avoids naive step-level score annotation, yielding a more effective process preference model. And so when we're talking about the process preference model, so again, we're talking about that sort of step-by-step verification of the work. So they say process reward models, which provide granular step-level reward signals. This is highly desirable for solving challenging math problems. However, obtaining high-quality step-level training data remains an open challenge. And we've talked about this before. There's a lot of papers that have talked about this. Existing methods rely on human annotations, and that means it's not really scalable. A lot of researchers are trying to figure out how do we sort of grade its work, when the model is showing its work, how do we sort of make sure that the work is good, step-by-step reasoning is good, without having to have a human being sit there and grade it, because that's not scalable. And as I say here, the precision of how well we're grading it at step-by-step reasoning, well, those scores directly determines the effectiveness of the resulting process reward model. So process reward as opposed to just grading the answer. So here they are strictly interested in getting the right answer. So if the answer is B and it says B, they say, well, I guess we'll assume that the reasoning is correct, right? But what if the reasoning was like I like baskets. Baskets are cool. I'm going to pick B, right? And the researcher's like, all right, got the right answer. So that must be the right reasoning for it, right? Whereas the process reward model looks at the process and grades the process. And the third kind of innovation that they add here is a self-evolution recipe in which the policy SLM and PPM are built from scratch and iteratively evolve to improve reasoning capabilities. So SLM is the small language model. So that's, like LLM, the small SLM, PPM, that's the process preference model. Here's probably a great illustration about what they're talking about. So Monte Carlo tree search driven deep thinking. We have the SLM, so this is the model, the large language model. The reason I keep saying LLM, even though it's not LLM, it's SLM, I think most people sort of in our brains, we have this idea, what's an LLM? Oh, it's this language model. So when they throw out SLM, yes, it's the same thing, but I think for most of us, it's a little bit kind of hard to switch our thinking, right? Because if you're used to hearing LLM, and then they say SLM, your brain might not quite as easily like pick up, okay, that's the same thing, only S is small, L is large, etc. So I'm going to kind of use those interchangeably just so it's easier to kind of follow along here. So this is the Pink Llama, I'm guessing is what that is the language model. So that's ChatGPT, whatever, right? And then we have the process preference model. That's the thing that determines kind of which paths it thinks through to arrive at the solution. So I think of it like this. So if somebody goes like, oh, well, so, if we're using first principles thinking, therefore, blah, 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 therefore, here's their kind of thinking process. Like, you don't know if they're going to necessarily arrive at the correct answer or not. But at least you're like, all right, that sounds like it might lead somewhere. Where somebody's like, well, I'm a Scorpio, therefore, blah, blah, blah. You're like, I don't know if that sort of chain of thinking is going to arrive at the correct answer. I'm probably going to get some flack for that example, but the point is like the process preference, that reward model, it probably does some form of that, where the language model, if it's like starting kind of on the right path of thinking, it goes, okay, that sounds good. Where if it starts going up the track, it's like, no, don't even think through that chain of thought, don't even worry about that. And so in this way, these working together, they're built from scratch and iteratively evolved to improve reasoning capabilities. Through 4 rounds of self-evolution with millions of synthesized solutions for the 747,000 math problems, R-Star Math boosts these language models' math reasoning to state-of-the-art levels. So it beats the O1, even though it's a tiny, tiny model. So as you can see here, so it's like very much competitive with, the O1 Preview, O1 Mini, GPT-4o, DeepSeek V3. And finally, in the findings and discussions, they mentioned the emergence of intrinsic self-reflection capability. A key breakthrough in OpenAI O1 is its intrinsic self-reflection capability. When the model makes an error, it recognizes the mistake and can self-correct with a correct answer, yet has consistently been found to be largely ineffective in open-sourced LLMs. The community has actively explored various approaches, including self-correction, self-reflection, to explicitly train or prompt LLMs to develop such capability. In our experiments, we unexpectedly observed that our Monte Carlo tree search driven deep thinking exhibits self-reflection during problem solving. In one of the examples, the model initially formalized an equation using the SymPy in the first 3 steps, which is a Python library for symbolic mathematics, and that leads to an incorrect answer. Interestingly, in the 4th step, so for the first 3 steps, it gets this sort of symbolic mathematic library, but by the 4th step, it recognizes the low quality of its earlier steps and refrains from continuing along the initial problem-solving path. So the whole point of this is to create a human-like reasoning abilities, that idea like self-reflection. I'm sure you've had that happen to you, right? You start sort of building something, or you approach a problem with some approach of problem solving it, and you get a few steps in, you're like, oh boy, that's not going to work. Like, I thought it was going to work, but now that I'm doing this, I can see this is probably going to be a dead end. And so you backtrack and you do a different approach. So you don't have to, right? So in other words, if you're kind of going through a decision tree and you reach like step 2, ignore what it's saying there, but it's basically like at some point here, if you figure out this is the wrong sort of decision tree that you're going through, you just go right back and you try something else. And for example, GPT-4, as advanced and awesome as it was, just had no ability to do anything like this. But we've seen it with the O1. We've seen in its like reasoning steps, sometimes it goes, oh, I tried that didn't work, let me try something else, right? And here they're able to kind of like simulate that. And as they say, instead, once it, finds that maybe it was going down the wrong path, it backtracks and resolves the problem using a new, simpler approach, ultimately arriving at the correct answer. And again, in the future, it knows like, okay, this tends to be the wrong path, the wrong solution for these types of questions. So now that process preference model will reward the other solutions more for those types of problems. Notably, no self-reflection training data or prompt was included, suggesting that advanced system 2 reasoning, so that's kind of like that human level ability, right? So advanced system 2 reasoning can foster intrinsic self-reflection. That's what they mean by emergence. It's sort of like emerging as they're doing it, right? We're not explicitly saying self-reflect, to reflect upon yourself or whatever, think about what you're doing. We're not saying that. It's sort of intrinsic. This ability emerges, which is kind of interesting to think about, that it sort of like appears. So here's a question that was given, and so it starts solving it, but it realized that this is the low quality steps, right? So they lead to the wrong solution. So this is where it starts doing it, and here somewhere it realizes, okay, that's, this could be wrong. So intrinsic self-reflection, thinking outside the box, find an easier solution. And so it continues on this path, and that comes up with the correct answer. That's the correct answer at the end of that path here. So I hope I did this paper justice in how I explained it, because this is kind of a big deal. It seems like it's pointing to a lot of like new avenues for us to explore. And as we're seeing, this is a kind of a repeating pattern now, that really where a lot of the AI progress is kind of taking us is into this idea where, we've spun up the first few models by using human data and human learning. Like we made version like 1.0 of AI models, we made version 2.0 better, right? But then eventually, who's going to make version 3.0 and 4.0? More and more, we're seeing that the AI models themselves are making those future better versions. So they're self-reflecting, self-training, they're generating the synthetic data. And in fact, you can see it here. Here they're talking about, give an example of 4 rounds of self-evolution. So it's like improving itself, right? Notice that round 1 and 2, terminal guided Monte Carlo tree search. Round 2, terminal guided Monte Carlo tree search. So this is probably a kind of the human written approach, hard coded, right? So human being kind of maybe helped make that sort of initial how it should approach searching through the various like action steps, etc. But notice round 3 and 4, PPM augmented Monte Carlo tree search, right? So it's that sort of like its ability to, which process of thinking does it prefer, right? So if it starts talking about, I'm a Virgo or Scorpio, therefore blah, 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 it's like, no, don't think about that. That's the wrong path. Don't worry about it. It's like, well, let's think about it this way. Let's break down the problem to chunk. It's like, okay, yes, that seems like a more favorable way to think about it. Or specifically here, like if it's using that symbolic math Python library for a certain problem, that might not be the right library to use for this problem. So it will in the future sort of say, that's probably not the right way to go. It might be like an easier approach, right? So that sort of process preference model, as it improves over time, right? So it helps make those decisions in round 3, 4, 5, and on to infinity, right? So at some point, like the humans, we've led it up to here to where it kind of triggers this point where it's able to self-improve better, and then that process starts. So let me know what you think about that. Every once in a while, I'll have people in the comments, they might say, oh, you didn't quite get this right or get that right. So the important thing to understand is I'm always trying to break down these concepts into a way that they can be understood by the widest audience possible. So I'm simplifying them while retaining sort of like the concept, the idea, what is it supposed to mean. So I might get things wrong every once in a while, but if you're saying I'm explaining something wrong, give me a better example of how to sort of introduce that concept and explain it in a way that's going to make sense to everybody, right? So if I explain something simply and then you're like, that's wrong, and then you explain the same thing but make it much more complicated, that's not what I'm looking for. But if you think that there's a better, simple way of explaining something, maybe there's an analogy that's better, let me know. I am very curious to hear those because I do want to be able to better explain some of this stuff. And if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But my point is, if I'm simplifying something, that doesn't make it wrong. It just makes it easier to understand, if that makes sense. As long as I've sort of captured the essence of the idea, that's kind of like the thing that I'm trying to do. With that said, if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. My name is Wes Roth, and I'll see you next time.
Is gonna bring balance to her gut. 2 gummies a day keep the bad gut vibes away.
Glade Max Control. Adjustable scent for any size room.
Lisa Savis recently received the Nobel Prize for Chemistry for his work with AlphaFold and the protein folding problem. Recently, he gave a speech about all the sort of processes and the progress leading up to AlphaFold and that breakthrough. But towards the end of the speech, he talks about kind of where he sees AI and biology going forward. In fact, he calls it the new era of digital biology.
Subscribe for more sweet AI content.
This is very similar to what Jensen Huang of NVIDIA is talking about, which is basically the idea that AI will help us unlock the ability to engineer life, to engineer biology. Up until now, it was a process of discovery. We discovered proteins, shapes, viruses, etc. Now more and more, we're entering the era where we can engineer it. Take a listen.
That means, if we may be entering perhaps this new era of what I like to call digital biology. I've always thought of biology at its most fundamental level can be thought of as an information processing system, albeit a phenomenally complex and emergent one. And just, I think it's such a complex system, it's going to be hard to boil down the workings of biology to a few mathematical equations. So I think, maths has been an incredible tool to describe sort of description language for physical phenomena, for physics. And I think in the same way, AI may be potentially the perfect description language for biology. And we hope that AlphaFold is a kind of proof point that could, when we look back maybe in 10 or 20 years' time, maybe help usher in this new era of digital biology. And we're trying to contribute to that, where we recently spun out a couple of years ago, Isomorphic Labs, a new company to build on AlphaFold and to reimagine the drug discovery process from first principles with AI. And perhaps we can reduce down drug discovery, which is an incredibly difficult and time-consuming and expensive process, down from years to perhaps months, or maybe even one day, weeks. And we sometimes think of this kind of accelerated process that I've just shown you with AlphaFold and the protein structure.
I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying.
The Supreme Court has just denied President Trump's application to stay or halt his sentencing in that Manhattan case, which will now happen tomorrow.
It is a ruling that came down 5-4, with Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joining the court's liberals and the majority here.
In this video today, the Supreme Court just dropped bad news on President-elect Trump when they ruled against his request to delay his sentencing hearing tomorrow in the New York sham case, that is. And also there's breaking news about the fire. They are now ruling one of them as arson, and they have caught the suspect. And Senator John Fetterman makes a shocking announcement. These stories and more in this video. But let's start with the ruling.
A few minutes ago, the Supreme Court ruled they are not going to slow down the sentencing. It's on for tomorrow. Now what?
Well, they called for an appeal, and as you know, they acknowledged what the judge said about no penalty, and there's no penalty. But we're going to appeal anyway, just psychologically, because frankly, it's a disgrace. It's a judge that shouldn't have been on the case. He's a highly conflicted judge, and they called for an appeal. So I read it, and I thought it was a fair decision, actually. So I'll do my little thing tomorrow. They can have fun with their political opponent. As you know, I'm under a gag order from a judge. This is the first. This was an attack of a political opponent. And if you take a look at it, I'm not supposed to be talking about it, so I won't. I'm the first president and probably one of the first candidates in history that's under attack with a gag order, where I'm not allowed to speak about something. And they ought to find out what that's all about. And this is a long way from finished. And I respect the court's opinion. I think it was actually a very good opinion for us because you saw what they said. But they invited the appeal, and the appeal is on the bigger issue.
Now, I know it and you know it that this is bad news because this means that the Democrats are going to get their way in being able to call Trump a convicted felon during his time as president. And really, I find it to be very petty. I am disappointed in this decision because I think this means that the Supreme Court is getting swept into the politicization of this entire sham case, that is. And so we'll see what happens from here, which we're going to obviously react to it tomorrow. But just think about the embarrassment it is, not only for our allies, our enemies, but people around the world who are going to listen in on the sentencing, because this will be the first time that that judge will allow audio to be in the courtroom. He didn't allow any video, any audio the entire time, but tomorrow he will. So this is getting out of hand. And then right after his meeting with the GOP governors, he wrote this on Truth Social. I appreciate the time and effort of the United States Supreme Court in trying to remedy the great injustice done to me by the highly conflicted acting justice, who should not have been allowed to try this case. Every legal scholar stated unequivocally that this is a case that should have never been brought. There was no case against me. In other words, I am innocent of all the judges made up fake charges. This was nothing other than weaponization of our justice system against a political opponent. Then he goes on and says kind of the same stuff that you guys heard him in that press conference there. But he did end by saying this: for the sake and sanctity of the presidency, I will be appealing this case, and I'm confident that justice will prevail. The pathetic dying remnants of the witch hunts against me will not distract us as we unite and make America great again. Now, he did mention that the only silver lining to all of this is that the Supreme Court did recognize that there is definitely a grounds for appeal that will obviously lead to this entire case finally getting thrown out. But again, as he enters into office, you know what the Democrats are going to do, you know what the media is going to do, and I would actually call them out for this, that for people who claim that they want unity, they want the country to move on, right? They want us to be cohesive. They're continuing to speak to the divisiveness of what's plagued our country over the past decade, and they're going to continue with the name calling. But when he does it, they melt down over it, right? I find that to be fascinating. And then there are just two takeaways for you. Number one, that the conservative justices did agree with this. They were willing to grant his application, except one. That is Amy Coney Barrett. And she seems to have a recurring pattern of ruling against Trump, even though he's the one that nominated her. And of course, MAGA is going to have something to say about that. So you'll see it on social media, of course. And then the second thing is he will be able to, and they said it here, the alleged violations at President-elect Trump's state court trial can be addressed in the ordinary course on appeal. So they didn't obviously prevent him from moving forward with filing an appeal to get this thrown out, as I said earlier. So that is great news there. But all in all, this is going to be another clown show that we'll have to go through. Now, let's just take a second here. If you guys are getting value from our video today, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel. If you do want to support us further, you can go to the link in the description below, shop our merch store, or you can buy us a cup of coffee. Now, the next clip I want to show you is him also reacting to the viral clips of him and Obama having an interesting conversation. Peter Doocy asked him about it, and here's what he said.
Off the top, you mentioned the Carter funeral today. What were you talking to Barack Obama about?
It did look very friendly, I must say. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it, how friendly it looked. I saw it on your wonderful network just a little while ago before I came in, and I said, boy, they look like two people that like each other. And we probably do. We have little different philosophies, right? But we probably do. I don't know, we just got along. But I got along with just about everybody on that. We met backstage, as you know, before we went on. And I thought it was a beautiful service, but we all got along very well, which is good.
However, that is not good for Democrats and Democratic pundits on TV Well, all day long they spend time railing against Trump, of course, because they have Trump derangement syndrome, and pushing the whole rhetoric that he's Hitler and his fans are Nazi sympathizers, we're all fascists, et cetera, we are deplorables. This is the type of rhetoric that they've gone all in on, and some of them are still doubling down on it, of course. And yes, Trump did have something to say about Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass.
California, what specifically do you think Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass could have done differently to prepare for this $50 billion fine?
You know, we have great governors in this room, and if you look at the way their states, I think I can say without exception, anybody doing poorly in here? I don't think so. I mean, without exception, we have great governors here that have done a great job with their states. And I don't think, and you'll probably, if there's a weak link, you're gonna find it and you're gonna be asking the next question to that person. Gavin Newsom had an opportunity to have millions of gallons a week, a day, millions and millions of gallons come down from the north. And I was able to get him federal approval from that, from the Department of Commerce of all departments. I didn't realize it would go through Commerce. I would have thought environmental, but it goes through Commerce. I got all of the approvals and he said, I don't want to sign it. I don't want the water. We don't need the water. I said, you need the water. Your reservoirs are empty, the whole place. You need the water. That was 5 years ago.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this, start eating more of these. You might think this would take years to learn, but I'm going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this.
Visceral fat can cause inflammation. It can accumulate in the heart, in the muscles, in the liver. Visceral fat is like a direct line to metabolic and cardiovascular disease. This type of abdominal fat is associated with a higher risk of death. So how do we get rid of dangerous visceral fat? Well, it's a lot easier than you might think.
Am I the only one that didn't know this about visceral fat?
Some of it is what you can pinch around the midline. Some of it is a low.
Now, one point I want to highlight actually is this report from the Wall Street Journal that claims that the estimated amount of damages up to this point is $50 billion and will continue to increase. So who's going to pay for that exactly? Because I know the state is already in a deficit. We know that I'm going to say Gavin Newsom is the one who wasted billions of dollars on homelessness. And we've also wasted billions of dollars on the failed high-speed rail project. So who's actually going to pay for this?
California.
And I already know what the answer is, which is the taxpayers. Now, given that Trump met with these GOP governors, one of the reporters got slick and thought it was a great idea to criticize Trump for his criticism of Gavin Newsom. But I guess Ron DeSantis was not going to allow that to happen. And here's what he did.
President-elect or a president to be criticizing.
Is it appropriate for people in your industry to try to create division and to try to create narratives anytime these things happen? Now, you're not as interested in doing that because Newsom is a D. If Newsom was a Republican, you guys would you would have it nailed to the wall for what they're doing over there. And I know we just assume in Florida, anytime something happens, it's going to be politicized by the media. So you guys sitting in judgment of Donald Trump, I mean, excuse me, I think your track record of politicizing these things is very, very bad.
Well, there's no question about that, and we can all agree to his statements, because we know if this was a Republican governor, a Republican mayor, the media would be having a field day. And so instead of them sympathizing and finding some level of compassion for the incompetence in California, they would just be flying off the handle and saying that these individuals should resign, inquiries should take place, etc., the whole nine. And how do we know that to be true? Because just listen to the rhetoric and the words that they use when they describe Republicans versus Democrats, okay? It's just the way that it is.
I mean, if I were a California Democrat, I would also be screaming politicization. I wouldn't want anybody drawing attention to my management of this or decision-making either. I don't think it's politicizing anything to draw attention to public policy choices. And whether you're the governor or whether you're the mayor of LA, whether you're looking at things that happen in the city, such as cutting the firefighter budget, whether you're looking at issues like, because it's California, they can't manage to build water storage, which would have come in handy on this. I think if I lived out there, I would have these questions right now too. And so I think if Congress, by the way, is going to spend a bunch of money, or which they're going to need to do, some of these issues need to be addressed. So the fact that Trump is bringing them up now, it's actually, I think most taxpayers are going to want to see policy changes so that we don't have to repeat this in the future.
Now, there is breaking news that is a positive note about this entire tragedy in Los Angeles, is that they just caught the individual who actually started one of these fires. So it has been confirmed as arson. So for you climate change individuals out there, I guess you can stick it. Now, here's News Nation reporting on this. Watch.
What we know right now is that the incident occurred, started here, and about 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, a suspect was detained over Woodland Hills area by citizens. So someone purposely set the Kenneth fire? At this time, that's what we believe, yes. Do you know how or why they did that? That I don't know. Is this a crime scene right now? Yes. So everything's being closed off. It's being investigated. It's a crime.
Now, the key detail, I don't know if he actually mentioned it, I didn't hear it, was that the local citizens are the one who actually caught the guy, and then they called the police, and the police showed up and arrested him. So again, that's where you see the good in humanity and your community. Now, let me show you a clip that's going around social media that allegedly this is the guy that they arrested for the arson. So let's go ahead and take a look at that clip. Now, as I said previously, this is a clip on social media, so it's not confirmed that this is the actual suspect. It is alleged. All right, just want to throw that in there. And secondly, I just want to say it one more time. Those climate change enthusiasts who believe that this is the reason why these fires were happening, make sure that you forward them this video. So let's move to this next story, which I find to be sweet justice. So Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, obviously released a letter condemning Pete Hegseth because he's obviously being nominated for Secretary of Defense. And her reasoning was based on this letter that she wrote. And let me read it to you now. Now, this letter is dated January 6, 2025. And she goes on with the, normal pleasantries, of course. But on the second page of this letter, which is what we're going to highlight and place our attention on, she put this. You were also removed from President Biden's inauguration because of concerns that you were an insider threat after reports that your Deuce Volt tattoo was a Christian expression associated with right-wing extremism. We cannot have a defense secretary whose fellow service members feel concerned enough about to report as a potential insider threat. And what she's referring to is the tattoo on his chest, okay? Now, what's so interesting about this claim, this is on the floor of the cathedral where Jimmy Carter's funeral took place today. So, of course, social media had to go in on Elizabeth Warren and remind her and deliver sweet justice because, once again, these politicians, they don't know what they're talking about most of the time. What I mean by that is they fly off the handle because they have to keep pushing this narrative. They got to fight against Trump and his nominees because they are the opposition. But if you're going to do that, can you at least get your facts straight? Can you at least be accurate with what you're saying? And if you're going to attack someone because of their tattoos, you definitely better know what you're talking about. And that same logo was also placed on this brochure that was passed out during the ceremony, of course, for Jimmy Carter. So everybody there was actually looking at this exact logo. And here's that picture of Pete Hegseth with the tattoo on his chest there. And here's another picture showing President Biden standing on that exact logo. Now, I guess the real question at this point is who's the true insider threat in this situation? Is it Pete Hegseth or Elizabeth Warren? Obviously, Elizabeth Warren is lying. The tattoo is not associated with right-wing extremism, but that's what she was pushing. So in the name of misinformation, I guess Elizabeth Warren is guilty here. Now, I would classify Elizabeth Warren as the senator who can't get right. Now, she has a fellow colleague by the name of John Fetterman who seems to be getting things right because he's learned a lesson from the election. Listen to the voters. And now it's being reported that he will be meeting with Trump at Mar-a-Lago which classifies him as the first Democrat to do so. Here's what he said to the press briefly about this.
And now Fox has learned Trump is also courting a Democrat. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman says Trump extended an invitation to Mar-a-Lago and he accepted.
I am not the senator for just Democrats in Pennsylvania. I'm everyone's senator in Pennsylvania. And so it's just having a conversation with the president.
And then on X, he had this to say: I'm not just a senator for Democrats, I'm a senator for all Pennsylvanians. It's my job to find common ground and deliver results for everybody. And because nobody is my gatekeeper, I will meet with anyone to secure some wins, including President Trump. And here's the reality of what John Fetterman is doing. There are people in MAGA who say we shouldn't trust him. That's fine. But the bigger picture here, this is what we should expect from all Democrats. And if we were a Democrat, this is what we would expect from a Republican. Why is that? Because if they plan to stay in office after this big mandate that's been handed down by the American people and how much they strongly rejected the woke policies, yeah, you should be doing this. You should be moving this way, right? You should be finding common ground because Pennsylvania is a razor tight place and it's moving to the right. So I guess I would say it's smart for Senator John Fetterman to be doing this. Now, in regards to the sentencing for President-elect Trump tomorrow, do you believe this puts a huge stain on the Department of Justice? Now, he calls it the Department of Injustice, and I'm likely to agree with him in that regard. Let me know what your direct reaction is to this news that the Supreme Court rejected his request to delay the sentencing. Put all your thoughts in the comment section below. Now, I'm sure you have thoughts about Gavin Newsom, just like I do, and now Hollywood does, because they are now coming out and criticizing the governor and the mayor for their incompetent leadership. And there's additional stories from earlier today that you don't want to miss. So if you want to check that video out, all you have to do is click on it because it's coming up right now.
Brian was like, yo, where'd you get this knife? I'm like, Bespoke.
Now, see, you talking about Bespoke all the time. Is it worth it?
Let's get to our ongoing coverage of the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles. At least 10 people we know have now died. And it's all because of at least 6 fires that are continuing to spread across Southern California. Now, officials say they do expect that death toll to go up as they start to look through all of the homes. Have to think it's still very dangerous to get inside some of these areas right now. The structures are very fragile. So let's give you a live look now. This is from the Eaton fire. It's burned through thousands of acres. It's destroyed at least 1,000 structures. You don't see any glow right now from the flames at this point, but what you can see is that haze and the smoke that is sitting over the city. More than 800 firefighting personnel with the help of fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters, they're all trying to put these fires out. And this morning, 12 News anchor Troy Hayden is live for us inside. He's actually at the Santa Monica area here, where you've been speaking with a lot of people who've been impacted by this.
Yeah, Troy, we've been seeing all of the images, the video, the fire, and then the destruction, but being there, what is it really like?
It's very intense, to be honest with you. I'm going to be with you this morning. We're getting ready to head out to that Eaton fire where you just showed those live pictures. Still 0% containment now. And again, the death toll rising from 7 to 10 overnight. And if it stays at 10, they'd be very fortunate here. We spent the day yesterday in Pacific Palisades. And if you're not familiar with it, it's a beautiful community. It's built right along the shores of the Pacific Ocean. Beautiful downtown, tree-lined streets with beautiful homes, and it's gone. I mean, the grocery store is gone, the bank is gone, and the fact that so many people did not get evacuation notices, you know, the people we talked to, as a matter of fact, none of them got evacuation notices. That's great. They looked up and saw the smoke, they saw the flames coming over, and they got themselves out. So let's start with showing you what we saw yesterday. When people say it looks like a bomb went off in Pacific Palisades, you can see what they're talking about here. I have covered a number of urban wildfires over the course of my career, and I don't know if I've ever seen devastation this complete. You can see everything that's not stone or metal has basically disintegrated, been incinerated by the heat of this fire. We walked around and got a look at a bit of the neighborhood earlier today. One thing we do see just outside of Pacific Palisades is this: a long line of cars, worried residents wanting to check on their homes, to get back into the Palisades to see if their homes are still standing, get past this area here. Unfortunately, for most of them, depending on where they live, the news is not going to be good.
The Ralphs is gone, the Gelsons is gone, the library's gone. You know, 2/3 of the town is gone, and every other home has been destroyed.
And maybe the toughest thing you see here, residents who have been able to come back to their homes, and they're sifting through them trying to find anything they can, anything of value that may have survived these fires. One of the big dangers here in this devastated Palisades neighborhood, power lines. You can see this one is just dangling. And it's not just the lines themselves, it's the power poles. We're going to stay back a bit, but if you look closely at the bottom, you can see it's charged. They think possibly because it's so charred down there and burned, it has been weakened, and these poles could topple over. One of the things we heard a lot was there was a lack of water pressure up in this area when the fire was raging, and you can see this looks to be a water softener that's still leaking water, and you have to imagine dozens, maybe hundreds of leaks like this all throughout this neighborhood, contributing to that low water pressure. And you can really see the heat of the fire that came through here. Believe it or not, this is a Tesla, or was a Tesla. Anything that's not metal has just been vaporized. Even the rubber on the tires completely gone. All the cloth on the seats. So this fire moved here with ferocity. So, I mean, those are the things, right, that we were looking at. One of the most poignant moments of our reporting last night, we were getting ready to do a live shot for one of our shows, and so I was kind of concentrating on what I was going to say, and all of a sudden I hear these screams. I was like, what is happening? And it was a woman walking up to our location. Now, most of the residents have been kept out. Few of them are able to get back in. This woman was, and she was saying, my home, I wanted to die here, you know? And now it's gone. It was burned to the ground. And, you know, she was an older woman, so you wonder, you know, how, when you talk about rebuilding, it's one thing to rebuild one house, but how do you rebuild, you know, 10,000 houses? What is that effort going to be? How long is it going to take? Where are these people going to go in the meantime? This is not a 5-month process or a 6-month process. So a lot for Southern California to process here as they go through. So again, we're heading out to the east now, to the Eaton fire. There's an Arizona task force there working that fire line, and we're going to try to hook up with them later on today. Back to you guys.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Minimum payments could literally keep you in debt for decades. $10,000 in debt can take anywhere from 14 to 26 years to pay off if you're only paying the minimums. And that's just $10,000. I know many of us have a lot more than that. Getting started is easy, and the process has already helped over 500,000 people and counting.
I called immediately. Congratulations, you qualify to be a part of the.
As we look at what's ahead today, I know that winds are just the biggest factor here, and they are expected to be back up, whipping again around that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. How does it feel right now? How's the smoke in the air?
Yeah, the smoke is rough, I'll be honest with you. You see a lot of reporters wearing masks. It's hard for me to report in a mask, but you know, it wasn't as bad as it was maybe 2 days ago. We got very fortunate yesterday with the winds. They were very calm where we were. We were right along the coast all day yesterday. Didn't really feel much wind, but yes, as you said, they are expected to have these gusts again. And if that happens, I mean, with 0% containment,
yeah.
And you know how LA is. It's not like Phoenix. In Phoenix, you drive past Camelback Mountain, and it's a big, beautiful mountain, but it's, you know, it's mostly rock. There's a couple of shrubs on it here and there. These hillsides in California are covered in brush and trees, and they're tinder dry. They haven't gotten rain. It's been as long for them, you know, to get rain as it was us. So everything is dry here, and you know, it just takes one cigarette butt. It takes one spark from, you know, a welder or something to touch off these fires. And by the way, one of the fires yesterday that started near Calabasas, you know, made famous by the Kardashians, they've arrested somebody for arson in that. So not only do you have these natural conditions, you got people out here trying to start fires.
Right. I mean, and that's something that we talk a lot about with our own wildfires here in Arizona. A lot of them are human caused, but not all of them. And so at this point, getting to exactly what caused these fires, I mean, that's going to take some time and investigating. And Troy, lastly, I want to ask you, I know where you're staying. You talked a little bit to us about half of that area is filled with evacuees. I mean, what kind of stories are you hearing around the lobby?
Yeah, it was strange because we came in and checked into the hotel, and I looked around, and it's a nice hotel, and I noticed there are a bunch of like people that look, I don't want to say disheveled, but like they've been through it. And so as we were editing one of our stories, a guy next to us says, "Yeah, were you down on this street?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I was down on this street." You know, and they're all just in a bit of shock. And then behind me there was another conversation. "Yeah, I'm getting calls from everybody wondering if I'm okay, and I'm just trying to get through this, you know." And then I walked down another hallway, and there's little kids running around like playing ball in the hallway, and you can tell they're displaced. And again, the thing in my mind is that, I mean, like I said, just think about it. It's one thing to be forced out of your home for, you know, a week, and you're able to come back. But if your home is gone, if your neighborhood is gone, if your town is gone, you know, what do? You just try to start all over again? Do you try to rebuild that area? So the enormity of that, I think, is still sinking in for a lot of these people.
Enormity, that's the word, because it's an entire town, at least when we're speaking about the Pacific Palisades. Okay, you're heading over to Eaton Fire. We're gonna get an update from you in the next little bit. Troy, we cannot thank you enough for your reporting and being over there for us.
Yeah, be safe out there. Again, he's going to be live for us again in our next half hour. We'll continue our coverage of the California wildfires on air and online, though, throughout the day. So you can stream our wildfire coverage right now if you head over to 12 Plus.
Go between your butt cheeks, down between your schnitzel sack, and just sniff the suds, and you go,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. All right. That's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up?
Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There is no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you.
Yeah, man.
And everybody was a killer.
Fucking mob, man.
It's a crazy band, man. It's like, no one is, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
I tell niggas that all the time. Like,
It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get another one of these.
It's crazy that it worked.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy. To make it work, the most illest shit. Some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal. Well, you tried it, but it was just, it almost seems like it was just instinct. Like, it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with.
Right.
No.
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
Have y'all seen the Civil War taking place? Alright, if you haven't heard, that's fine. That just means you live in a functional life because what I'm talking about happened on Twitter. Elon Musk came through and was like, hey, we actually really need in America H-1B visas. And these H-1B visas are how people from other countries come here and have, pretty great jobs by some standards. These are like sometimes developing jobs, some of the engineering jobs, and like just stuff of that nature. This isn't like one of your regular visas, and it's not like a visa that we have with a specific country. Like there are E3 visas that we have with places like Australia because they're white, and that's like that. That's a thing that we have with lots of different countries. So there's a certain amount of visas that are agreements between the countries, and we don't have it with every single country in the world, but even with like, Uganda, we might have a few that are these specific visas that Ugandans can get or something, as an example, right? But the H-1Bs have a lot to do with jobs because with your H-1B visa, if you lose your job, right, you have to leave. But Elon is like, these H-1Bs are actually great. And Vivek Ramaswamy is also like, these H-1Bs are fantastic, right? Now, the reason that billionaires like H-1B visas is because people who are very talented from other countries will come, and they're usually, not always, but a lot of times are sending money back to their home country for their family, right? And so they, due to the exchange rate, don't really have the same amount of demands as an American worker. Like an American worker, 100 grand, it means something different here than it means to someone coming here, right? 100 grand, you might still be like, okay, I'll have a place to live, but I won't be able to do much. I can't take a vacation. If I get hurt, I'm immediately gonna go into medical debt because I have insurance. Like 100 grand is a lot of money, but you're still thinking about how you're gonna move through life as an American, right? But if you're coming from somewhere, especially if you're coming from somewhere where this is the biggest opportunity you've had up until this point, you're thinking 100 grand, okay, look, I can have roommates. I don't care about having roommates. I'll have as many roommates as it takes to keep as much of that 100 grand after taxes that I'm gonna keep in my pocket, so that way I can send money home, and the money that I send home to the exchange rate is fantastic, right? So now I could maybe even retire my parents off of this 100 grand, 120 grand job back where I'm from. So when they come over here, they are working these like crazy hours. Like we're talking like 80-hour work weeks, fluctuations, and what the job description is and stuff like that. And they don't complain, because if they complain, they can be fired. And if they get fired, they're immediately deported. They start all over again, right? So that's why Elon and Vivek love H-1B visas. So MAGA as a movement is very upset with this sort of thing, because the whole idea of Trump winning and Elon and Vivek making that Department of Government Efficiency, which is only named that so that it will be called Doge, which is low-key one of the most unserious things I've ever seen in my entire life. Like that was when I was like, oh yeah, we're cooked. That's very bad. That, y'all, if you had gone back 20 years and told somebody that eventually there would be someone, I mean, these are like made up jobs. Like Trump would actually have to do what they say to make them official. Right now, they don't even really exist in theory, right? It's just an idea of what might happen. I mean, who knows now? But like if you went back 20 years and you told someone eventually there would be a government body that only had its name so it could be the acronym CAKE. I I'm sure that person 20 years ago would ask, when did all the smart people die? And so, Vivek tweets and Elon tweets, and everyone, I don't know, is so mad. Okay, so basically, MAGA sees the H-1B visas as like taking American jobs, and not in a Mexican immigrant way. Not in the way of like, they're coming over here and they're selling fruit. I didn't really want to sell fruit anyway, but like they're selling the fruit. I don't know how I feel about that. It's not like that. It's like, no, LinkedIn is empty. And you're talking about H-1Bs coming over here and getting the jobs that I went to college for. And then Elon basically said, hey, y'all way too stupid to do these jobs, which is so out of pocket. That's so crazy. That, in a weird way, this whole ordeal almost made me feel kind of bad for MAGA as a movement, because when you think about it, a lot of why MAGA started is because, again, whether you want to put them in quotations as elites or like coastal elites or just people with money, those people for a long time, and this is something that I don't like, that I've seen for a long time, because it's a city rule thing that we do to each other a lot, where there are a lot of city people that look down on like rural people in a rural lifestyle, because they're like, oh, you're not educated. But then the people in the rural areas look at city people and they're like, you actually can't keep yourself alive.
Grammarly now uses AI to help you write, not just revise. Type a prompt and generate a persuasive, mistake-free draft in seconds, personalized to your unique writing style. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
There have been two moments in my life when I was happiest. The first was the day I met Josh.
I'm Josh.
I'm Iris. And the second, the day I killed him. Just relax. Remember to smile and act happy. I know.
Iris, wake up.
What are you doing?
Shut her down already.
What is she talking about, Josh?
This was not part of the plan.
I didn't mean to.
Do you know what I mean? I know you've read more than me, but like, how do you... Where does water come from? Tell me where water comes from. Oh, the bottle? Oh, okay. Oh, it comes from a bottle. That's cute. All right. You know, because don't get me wrong, as well-educated city people who I've been around, I've lived in lots of different places, and I travel around the country as often as I can, so I do my best to meet everyone so I can understand. I want to have as many pieces of the puzzle as I can to see where people are coming from, how we get places, right? And when I tell you that there are people who I know are very smart, very, very intelligent people, very smart people, but when you tell them that water comes from the ground, they look at you like, well, you must be drinking dirty water, because not my Icelandic, no. Guys, yeah. So Elon basically says y'all are like way too dumb to do these jobs. Like, I've seen your American schools, I've seen your colleges, and your colleges don't even match other countries' high schools. And the sort of general MAGA response to that was like, well, okay, but you agreed with us for the past like 4 or 5 years that the American college system was broken and that it's too woke and that we need to fix it and we need to change things up. And he was like, yeah, but you still dumb. Like that doesn't change. don't think yeah, I don't like it either, but that doesn't make you smarter that you went to a dumb school. And so then they lose this. And then MAGA was like, oh, okay, I didn't know you felt that way, you South African. It's hard to find a whiter man than Elon Musk. Like no, I mean like literally and figuratively in a sense, because he's very. Oof. You know what I mean? Like the sun, not a friend, right? But the way they were calling that dude African, just you ever? Because they're like African, but then I'm an African American, and that I've never had racism miss me like the Matrix. That like nearly broke my brain when they were like, "You African," and I was reading it like, "Oh yeah, that wow, okay, all right."
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's
Elon has the most money in the world, the richest man in the world, and this is how you know that the path to riches is a dead end, because this man has always had money, and he has more money than anybody. And he plays with different people. Sometimes he's number 2 for like a day. Sometimes he's number 1 for a week. But he's richest man in the world. It's safe to say, right? I'm sure somebody can pull me up 4 months from now and be like, actually, this other person. It's like, yeah, for 20 minutes. But like, it's richest person in the world, and he's still deeply, deeply missing everything about what a joyous life is. He's the richest person in the world, right? But out of all of that money that he has, all of the money he has, yet he has almost all the money that he has, right? He has a cartoonish amount of money, all the money that he has, he wants nothing more. I can tell you this right now, just from watching his moves, just from watching him talk, just from watching how he's interacted, even in this little spat that he's having. I'm not saying that this is the end of MAGA or something, or that the Republican Party's gonna fall apart. I'm saying that just this glimpse, this dude has all of the money in the world. He can have anything that he wants except acceptance, except like actually being in a room and knowing that everyone wants him in that room. He cannot buy being cool. He cannot buy genuineness. There are always going to be people who love Elon or think Elon is dope because they think that he's a genius, because they think that he is going to help them become like him, or just because he has money. But then when you strip all of that away, I don't know Elon, and I don't necessarily care for much of what he does, but I know a person hurting when I see it. Do you know what I mean? I know like a hurt individual when I see it. And this dude has not stopped tweeting since they call him a South African. Like, since it happened. They have been coming for this dude's neck non-stop. And it's like sometimes I don't know. Sometimes you see something, you're like, oh, that's a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I'll tell you how I feel about what's happening to Elon right now. And you may, all right. This may just be me, but there's a video online of this guy. This is right when the Popeyes chicken sandwich dropped, okay? And if you remember that, that was a time to be alive. You would think that Popeyes didn't serve chicken. You would think that something revolutionary was happening because they took the chicken that they already sell, they put 2 buns on either side of that chicken. People ready to fight over this chicken sandwich, and they were running out, not of chicken, of the sandwich, which means they were only running out of bread. And people were losing their minds over it. They could not. What do you mean you want a chicken sandwich? I waited in this line for 5 hours to get this chicken sandwich just to bite a piece of chicken and with bread on either side of it. I've been waiting all day to have this chicken sandwich. Meanwhile, Chick-fil-A was next door being like, y'all. We hear all the time, like, it's like, nobody wants that right now. I want the Popeyes chicken sandwich. And so there's a video where this guy is, I believe he's in Georgia. He might be in Atlanta, which also makes this thing very poor judgment. But this dude is in Atlanta. So he's a white dude, right? And everyone else in the Popeyes is black. And I don't know how long he's been waiting. I don't know why he's so mad, but he's stomping around, right? And he's stomping around and getting in people's faces and stuff. He's like, "Where is my sandwich?" And then finally he goes up to somebody. He's like, "Get out of my way now!" And like it's just going back and forth, right? And then finally his sandwich is ready. He snatches the sandwich, he's like, "Give it to me!" And then he pushes somebody out of the way, and the person filming him is just like, "Oh no." Fast forward like 5 seconds, maybe 10. He's in the parking lot, sort of folded up. Because somebody beat his ass. Because you know, and so then, and not only are they beating his ass, but he's clearly folded up and sitting down now, and they still put a hand on his shoulder just to create leverage and are like uppercutting him a couple times, right? And so then after like the second or third uppercut, they walk off with his bag, and the person filming goes, "Oh, y'all ain't gotta take a sandwich though." Which is weirdly, I don't know, which is a very short, but a very poignant, like lesson about racism, or at least how people who experience racism treat the people who are racist towards them, right? Because even in this hateful thing, there's this line that's like, "Oh, okay, but that was enough." Do you know what I mean? And so when there are people who rarely or never experience racism, and it's a new feeling, it's a new type of anger, it's a new type of hurt, they're not gonna know what's enough because they're not practiced in what it feels like to find a level with it.
This year, Mom's gonna find the bright side.
Looking to cheat on your bed? Find the best time to get away with Flexible Date Search. Find your perfect summer at the best price. Download Hotels.com and book in the app.
Do you know what I mean? There are things that are happening in the world, and they're sick and they're racist, and then it's not something that you can always change or resolve, but you have to move on with your life. You have to live, you know? So you can fight back as best as you can, and you can distance yourself as best you can, create safety as best you can, but that will be out there. So when like someone who is not used to the practice of dealing with that thing feels it for the first time, nothing will ever be enough. And so because nothing is enough, they went after Elon in a way where I was like, "Oh, y'all ain't gotta do all that." Because they hurt Elon feelings so bad that this dude went on a burner account on Twitter and join Space. If you don't know what Spaces are, it's where you can talk. It's literally just like this chat room, this like audio chat room where everybody can talk, or just the moderator can talk or whatever. And he went in this audio chat room with a voice modulator and started defending himself with the voice modulator, being like, actually, like Elon, like a good person and stuff, like y'all actually being hella out of pocket when it comes to Elon. That's not fair at all. When y'all said, and you especially were very rude. And I would say it'd be helpful if y'all would like apologize to Elon, because I don't know him at all, but he seems like a reasonable dude. So if y'all like would chill out, I'm sure he would forgive you and stuff. Like he a cool guy. And I don't know what was said. I do not know what happened. But something was said that was so, I'm assuming, hateful or out of pocket or just wrong, that I don't know how this happened. All I know is Elon apparently, because this is all hearsay. I watched the thing and I'm 90% sure it's real, but like apparently this dude got so mad he either got his mouth too far from the voice modulator or turned it off, because then this dude in his full Elon voice was like, wait, watch who you talking to right now. But he like fully dropped it. He was like, well, forget y'all too then. I hate everybody in here. Y'all can all go to hell. Because then Vivek also tweets one of the oddest. First of all, it's too long. This is another thing that happened, because as soon as they took that like 150 character sort of like thing off of Twitter, and it kind of killed the thread of Twitter, because the thread was how you knew you were telling a good story. Like the thread, I've read threads that were 220 parts. Because every part, there was no fat on that story. The whole thing is so insane, and every 140 characters keeps you hooked for the next 140 characters. I've read Twitter threads that should be movies, right? Because you had to use an economy of words. You had to actually be a writer to convey your ideas, and you did it in the long. I was scrolling for the entire afternoon, and even when I got to the end, I was like, damn. And now, you can just do the whole thing. So then Vivek does this whole thing, and he's like, basically, if America wants to win, and if Americans want to win, and by the way, when I say Americans for a little while here, when I say Americans, there's a subtext for everyone talking that they mean white Americans. Just so you know, because sometimes people say Americans, and then well-meaning people go, no, we're all, and I'm like, all right, So Vivek is like, if Americans want to win, then, it comes down to culture. And right now, your culture is trash. It's basically... It's basically a bunch of jocks looking at people who read like they're the dumb ones, even though the jocks are the dumb ones. And we're obsessed with like, I don't know, like pretty stuff, shiny stuff and everything. And if you pick up some books, and if you do a little less, I don't know, like Instagram, whatever you do, maybe you'll be worth hiring. That's at least how it sounded. And I was not that pressed about the whole Vivek thing. One, because I knew he wasn't talking to me. And two, because I've heard this sort of thing my entire life. No one is more used to this type of condescension than black people. You know what I mean? Because with black people, we're the ones where we're like, hey, I did all the stuff you said to do. I went to the right school, actually got a scholarship. I did the internship, and I am passionate about this field. Can I get a job? And they're like, ah. We already have a black. We already have a black His name is Mike because he tricked us. We already have a. Look, we would hire you. We would hire you. But the boss's dumbest cousin needs a job, and so we're gonna have to give it to him. But I don't know, keep applying, and then maybe if Mike dies, we'll need a black, so then you can do it. Do you know what I mean? Like that's just a general reality. And so to hear Vivek talk to white people like this was wild. That was so apart, because then the comments were all like, but I did all the stuff, and he's like, yeah, no, I know. But you're dumb. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I would never hire you, you know? And he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that exactly, but that's what he implies throughout the whole thing. And then he stops responding because it's thousands of people. But I don't know. There were so many people that came out and they were like, look, what the whole reason that we joined this MAGA movement, the whole reason that we thought Trump being in office was a good thing is because it would mean more good jobs for Americans. And look, if you genuinely believed that, then I don't. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not being a dick. I'm saying, like, if you genuinely believe that, then like that's bad. You know how. This happened. This thing happened, and I really I worry sometimes. I think about this a lot. I think about this with every like topic that I talk about, or any joke I tell, or story I decide to talk about. That like I would like to believe that like. I would like to believe that empathy, compassion, and kindness are the way forward and will get us somewhere. I don't know if that's true. I want that to be true. I think if you make your obsessions community, culture, connection, and compassion, then I think that there's a way forward. You know, I don't know if that is right. It might be incorrect. It's what I've chosen my best to do. And I'm human, so I'm probably gonna mess it up a lot. But one thing that happens in my mind, what I think of when I think of MAGA is a story from when I was just getting out of high school. It might have even been my first year of college. No. It was like my second year of college, right? And I was getting off a shift at this restaurant that I worked at, and my friends were picking me up. And when they picked me up, we would hang out on the weekend, you know, all the times that I was back at home, which is where the restaurant that I would work for extra money was. So I would leave college, I'd come back home, work a shift, and then spend the weekend with my friends. And that particular day when they picked me up, I knew I was spending the night at one of their houses. But when they picked me up, they're like, hey, I live in Alexandria at the time. They're like, hey, we're going to, I think we went to Opelousas or Leesville or something, which is an hour and a half away or a couple hours away. And when I get in the car, they say this, and I'm like, why are we going to Leesville? And my buddy's like, it's a surprise, right? And so then we get all the way over there. Now, my second friend in the car is about to go away to seminary. So I went to a Catholic school for high school, and you know, I actually like treasure it as an experience, not because of any sort of like religious teaching, but because it gave me a little bit more insight into how people think and how the people around me thought about me and about the world, right? But then there were some people that went to the school that were like yeah, we'll do this forever. And he was one of them. He was like, I'll just be a priest, because that was his track, right? And so then we get to where we're going, and it's a strip club. And so my one buddy had decided that because our second friend was about to go be a priest, he should at least see Teddy, just to be sure. Just in case. That he should see what they, you know, that they round and beautiful and so. And so then, you know, we go inside, and I'm okay. I'm also like taking a bet. Like my friend that's going to seminary is like, actually, I guess I'm going to hell, because he's looking around. He's like, right? I'm just generally slightly uncomfortable because I was like a late bloomer, sort of like accepting myself and like accepting my. I guess the way I come off to people and stuff. And so I'm still like this awkward, tight, you know, as soon as I walk in, right? Nervous. And he's nervous for like different reasons. He's like, and so then our buddy who took us, who was driving, buys my friend who's going to seminary, lap dance. And so it's not just any lap dance, it's a lap dance in the private room. And so I was like, you gonna give that boy a heart attack, and then he gonna die, and then he gonna be there, and then be like, look, I did everything right, but I will say I did die at a strip club. That shouldn't even be on me, because I didn't know we were going there. But she started rubbing up on me, and it was too perfect. I thought it was one of your angels, all right? And so then I got excited, and then my left arm started to hurt a little bit, and now I'm here. But that shouldn't even be on me, okay? I didn't drive myself, I didn't do it. And so then, you know, he goes private room, lap dance, and he comes out of the room, a new man. The dude comes out of the room. I don't know what happened in the room. I'm assuming dancing, but this dude walks out of the room like he had to do all the dancing. He walked out the room disheveled. And he goes up to our friend and he's like, do you have money for one more dance? My friend pays for another dance, and he goes back. And, you know, while he's in the room, I had my own journey. Because I was at this strip club, and I was just sipping on a Sprite, because this is back when I still drank soda. I had to quit. It's too spicy. No, it generally burns my chest. Like, it's too much, right? But back in the day, I would hit a Sprite, and so I'm sipping all this Sprite, and this one dancer walks by, and she does this thing where she basically like massages the back of my neck as she's walking by. But I am not used to being in strip clubs. I'm also not used to people coming on to me, so I thought it was a spider. So And so I thought it was a spider, so I started swinging, and I didn't hit anything, but I still was like. And then later, another dancer came over and she sat across from me. She was like, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "I'm good." She's like, "What's your name?" I was like, "I'm Josh." And she's like, "What brought you in today?" I was like, "Oh, my friend, he's gonna go to seminary." And so we brought him here. To make sure. I don't really know what the plan is. And she's like, "Oh, okay, yeah. That's a funny story. You're funny." And I was like, I didn't say anything funny. He's like, "Oh, well, you're kind of cute." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." So you wanna buy me a drink? And I was like, "Oh, yeah, sure. Do you want a Sprite?" I'm drinking a Sprite. And then she smiled, very sweet smile, and then she got up and pushed her chair in and walked over to some of the other dancers. And she was, I don't know if she knew I could hear her. There was music playing, so I know she was yelling it to let them know, but I was still within earshot when she said, she gets up and she goes to the other lady. She's like, "Oh, y'all, don't worry. He's slow. Don't." And so then our friend who's going to seminary comes out after the second dance, and whatever happened the first time happened worse the second time, because now he like walking out, but he's sort of holding his arm too, and he's like, "Oh." "Do you have money for one more dance?" Our buddy gives him money, and he goes in there, and I'm sitting with my buddy who brought him, and he's the only one out of all of us who's like chill in this situation. And like I don't know if he was like a cool guy anyway, but maybe he had just been to strip clubs before, but he was just not fazed. He was just like, "Oh, I'll get you a drink, yeah." And then our buddy comes out, of the private dance room, and honestly, nothing working. I was worried that he had lost his sight. Because he walked out like, "Do you?" And our friend says, I'm sorry, man, but that's all the money that I had. It's probably best that we head home now anyway. And we get in the car, we're headed back, and it's not that long before, it's not like silent. We play a little music and stuff, but nobody's really talking. And then finally, our buddy that's going breaks the silence, and he's like, "I don't know if I can go to seminary." In that moment, I had my own dilemma, because I was like, does that that shouldn't land on me though. Like I shouldn't. That shouldn't be any of my hell though, because we technically broke the he was a pre-priest, but like there's gonna not be a priest now because of what happened tonight. But that's not on me because I didn't drive us here, and I didn't have a ride. So then and Uber wasn't a thing yet, so I couldn't have gone. And it would have been too expensive anyway, so I was just along for the ride, and now I'm in here, and then he talking about he not gonna. And then he's like, yeah, I don't know, I might have to think about it because, I think Cherry loves me. I'm in love with people. And I think I love her too. And so when I think about MAGA, it feels like they love this dude, and he thinks, oh, I have their love, I'm good. And they think we love him and he loves us. But he's just up there dancing. And don't get me wrong, he is good at dancing. He is. Like when you watch him dance, you're like, that was at least funny. Or it was like, oh, it's so weird. But no matter what, no matter how he dances, everybody talks about it. You know? And I think that with Vivek and with Elon, you know, they're real businessmen. And so they think about their business and how to improve it, how to make more money, how to make sure that they have people that aren't going to unionize, aren't going to stir up trouble or anything. And MAGA is genuinely in this place. You don't get to MAGA in a vacuum, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a general social contract and understanding of what America is supposed to be for Americans, and the differences that we have, the way that we butt heads is the interpretation of that contract, right? For some people, that contract is just the Constitution, and they actually like live by it. They're actually like, no, it says this, so we should do this, right? And that's one way to take it. That's fine. And then there are people like me. There are people that at any point in American history have been deemed different or other, that see the contract as something that you might get by happenstance of having money, but is not going to be given to you outright. And then there are white Americans who believe in the contract, and they believe a part of the promise that's like unspoken, which is all of this, you'll have access to all of it. All of this is yours by virtue of you following the rules and doing what you're supposed to do, because this is your country. And so with Elon and Vivek, who are not the right white, you know what I mean? Because when Elon crossed MAGA, he became a South African real quick. Like it was. And Vivek, I don't know, yo, bro, you were never in. Like you were never. But when they made these points, and when they gave a lot of that movement what is genuinely some of the hard truth. It's like, all right, if you think college is broken and woke and whatever, if that really is your opinion that you hold, then you do your best to change the thing. You don't throw the thing out. You don't go, guys, I don't like gender studies, so now math is also gay. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you don't like gender studies, then don't major in gender studies. Like that's a quick and easy path to not have to deal with gender studies. Is to just be like, I will just do the And so I don't know how the war's gonna end. You know what I mean? I don't, because it's weird. I thought this would take at least until February. Y'all have been phenomenal. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great night. I appreciate you.
Give it up for Josh Johnson!
Yo, Josh Johnson is like...
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every done.
Like I say, one of the few comedians who can do a 30-minute stand-up like once a week. Like, this motherfucker just listens to the news and he is naturally funny. You can tell he really thinks through his jokes and trying to build up to the punchline. But it's all story, so he just listens to current events and just gives his take on current events. It's just like, yo, these motherfuckers is weird, man. I like how he's able to do that so effortlessly. Like, he puts out so much material, and it's so, like I say, just current, very current, up-to-date stuff. Mostly just what's hyping the media right now. And so that whole Twitter thing, that was just Monday, or that was like Monday? Or was it last? It's a week. It's within a week. This whole Twitter thing. It was either last Friday or was it this past Monday that Vivek and Elon were getting slack over what they said. It had to be like last week. So within a week, he's already written like, I think it was 44 minutes almost of stand-up. And he's just like, he just keeps rolling this shit out fast as hell, yo. He's I like him a lot. He's not with the MAGA movement, but that's okay. Painting grass, on your ass, We knew we had to do this. It is what it is. Just want these a few more vibrant areas. Oil paints do tend to dull as they harden. And so that's why once they're nice and cured, you should always put a varnish, a protective layer over it. And plus, the varnish also brings the luster and the vibrance of the colors back to life. Because once again, the oil paints, it's just the nature of oil paints. As they dry and cure, they just kind of turn dull a little bit. So after we're finished the actual painting, we definitely are gonna gloss it up, make sure it's nice and vibrant and full of life and color. Tomorrow morning, I may actually varnish some of these other paintings in here. I think they're dry enough to get a good varnish on them now. I may have to go get some more varnish. I've been using that spray varnish, and I can only get like 2 canvases out of 1 can. And I think I have a can, but it might almost be done. But then I have some liquid varnish that I can just brush on or squeegee on or whatever. MAGA is like someone selling you lemons, but not the sugar and water along with it, and then telling you you just got lemonade. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think, once again, I think we just need a different direction. I really think that the Democratic Party has been stagnant for a generation, and most, especially minorities, vote Democrat out of tradition. And we really don't know. Most people don't really give a fuck about even their local politics, you know, especially national politics. And I think people feel like, well, I have to vote, and, you know, I just got to vote Democrat because the Republicans are all the rich white men. Republicans are just rich white men. And it's like, you know, and do some stereotypes fit? I guess in some scenarios, but all politicians are rich white men for the most part. For the most part, they're all rich white men. So, I mean, it all depends on which rich white man is going to help you the most, man. And it's like, I don't know. I've never seen anything from either party, honestly. I've never seen anything from either party, and I just don't vote. I don't play the game. I choose not to. I try to understand as much as I can about national policies and international affairs and everything like that, because I do realize it affects us. Once again, the housing market crash of 2008 drastically changed my entire life. My entire life changed once we had to bail the banks out and come up with all these weird reasons why our economy was collapsing. And it's like, no, it's you and the fucking banking system and the destruction of the Glass-Steagall Act and all these other things that allow these corporate banksters and politicians who invest in this shit to fucking squeeze all the money out the American people and get away scot-free with that shit, you know, for fucking decades. And then when the shit hit the fans, it's like we still have to fucking, the tax dollars have to go back to repair that shit. And it's like, that shit is not fair. And so, once again, I try to understand politics, but at the same time, I just feel like I've never seen a candidate that had enough qualities to garnish my vote. I would have voted for Ron Paul if he would have made it far enough. I actually would have voted for Bernie Sanders that first time he was running. I don't know if it was Bernie's first time, but in the early 2000s, Bernie ran, and he was running on like democratic socialism and a lot of other weird things, but I think he had a lot of great economic ideas at that time. And so if Bernie would have made it far enough, I probably would have cast a vote for him. And I don't know, I've never seen any other candidate didn't vote for Obama, and I didn't vote for Trump the first time around. And it's like, I don't know. But after seeing like how much the system has tried to play Trump for being an outsider, it's like everybody has to see that there is something to this. There is something to the way that he has been demonized, and the way the system has been trying to really crush his image. And it's like, that's crazy. And so, for the simple fact that I do understand a little bit about the deep state and the power structure, I feel that Trump is more honest than not. And that's why they took a shot at his ass. And that's why they seek to discredit him and compare him to Hitler and shit like that. Like, you're trying really hard. The system is trying really hard to get the people to not like this guy. And I've never seen them try that hard for any other president. And so that point alone has made me really think about, like, what the fuck is this guy trying to do different than anyone else? And would he actually be the best person for this next term? And that's just like, yeah, for the simple fact, once again, I'm trying too hard to not let this motherfucker do it. Which means I feel like he's less controlled than anyone else. And that's just a feeling, and that could all be wrong, because now he's talking about expanding America, and I'm like, that's weird. I ain't vote for that shit, nigga. I ain't vote for American expansionism and more globalism, and to for the American empire to acquire new territories. We not. Hey man, if we're gonna put America first, we need to focus on this America now, and not expanding borders and then have to worry about the overseeing of the expansion. And no. Imperialism is done. We're not annexing countries anymore, people. Let's not do that part. You know, World War II, we got all the borders and everything good. We good. Everybody good. It's kind of, can we keep it like that? You trying to give us more shit to worry about? I ain't trying to worry about more shit right now, like redrawing fucking borders and national sovereignty and acquiring new territories and states, ratifying new states into the union. Like, what the fuck, bro? And isn't Canada's national language French? Or is it just some of their provinces? I mean, why would they want to be a part of us? Why would we want to be a part of them in the first place? Let them keep their own shit. Their hockey and their bacon. And maple syrup. Okay. All right. Let's do. Yo, Mario. And when you're the king of the hill, y'all gonna have something to worry about. I agree. You're the same. These guys are all shitty car salesmen. Not bad car salespeople, just the ones that don't care about the customers, but only the money. You're not wrong, Amizo. You know? Like, this is not, I mean, you're doing too much now. You know? You're doing too much now. And I wonder where he get these ideas from. Cause that, you know, that's a big idea. Expansion? Who mentioned that? Who's talking about this, sir? Huh? Not one time in your entire campaign did you bring that shit up at all. So why now? Where are these ideas coming from? Who says this is a good thing? Who says this is a good thing? I don't know, man. I don't know about all that, man. I think something else big may happen next week. Because we're just 10 days out from this thing. Oh, and today, right now, where's the news on this? It's just going on now. Is the thing with Trump sentencing? Why isn't it popping up in my YouTube? Damn it.
There are many ways to do it at Planet Fitness, but only one way to start. Come in.
Why doesn't it have any volume to it? No sound? There's a couple of live news feeds from Trump's sentencing, but I don't know, the two from Fox. I think Fox had two different angles just now. Yeah, there's a couple cameras from outside. So it seems like Fox has this exact same camera angle, but there's, Fox's stream doesn't have any sound to it. So it doesn't seem like, a lot is going on anyway. They're showing like outside the courthouse. And I don't know if he's there in person, because the judge said we can do the shit on Zoom. The Supreme Court said they weren't gonna stall it. Go ahead and do that shit. And tell everybody you're a fucking felon. And once again, if that is the case, if he goes into the Oval Office as a convicted felon, I think every job application in America should take that off, and we should not do background checks. That's the highest office in the nation. Yeah, it's just outside the courthouse, and there's a lot of shit going on right now. Sound like some construction work going on close by somewhere. outside the courthouse listening to that damn construction work going on.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Getting started is easy.
News Network. NNN.
Hello and welcome back to NNN. It's been a break, y'all, but 2025 came in with a bang, literally. A Cybertruck blew up right here in my hometown of Las Vegas, Nevada, in front of the Trump Towers, and it was one of Elon's trucks. I think somebody's trying to send a message to Elon and Trump, because I don't know nobody that's gonna park a truck in front of a hotel and then blow themselves up. Sounds like a psyop to me. This motherfucker's been brainwashed by MK Ultra. They trying to make it seem like, you know, it's ISIS attacking. ISIS ain't nowhere near the United States of America. ISIS was created by the United States of America. So it's all bullshit as usual. Smoke and mirrors. They trying to scare everybody up for the big play. And the big play is martial law they trying to institute. They trying to take all your rights and bubble gum and bubble gum your ass to a seat. Sit in your motherfucking house. They trying to lock us down again, but I ain't buying this shit. I hope you ain't buying it either. Also, a motherfucker in New Orleans, ex-military also, Army MK-12. I think they were both stationed at the same base somewhere in Denver. I think they real proficient at the MK-12 Ultra shit up there. Anyway, he gonna plow through and mow down and kill a bunch of innocent people and then get out and shoot at the police. He just so happens to be Abdullah Kubeka. He had the name to fit the gang. The one out here is his last name ended Burger, so they didn't show him on TV a lot. But this little motherfucker, Abuga Duka Duga, they showed this motherfucker 24/7, 24 hours a goddamn day, because he almost looks black. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Take a look at some of this footage of the explosions and shit, because
police. The suspect is Shamsuddin Japour, which is a 42-year-old real estate agent from Beaumont, Texas. Now, in this marketing video, he states that he's born and raised in Texas, lives in Houston, but there's a few things odd right off the bat that I found.
Born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist.
Why does this video feel like a setup? Because he's giving vital information about his background instead of talking about real estate. Mind you, this is the only video he's posted on his YouTube back in 2020, then completely fell off. Then his real estate license actually expires in 2023 and he doesn't renew it. So this screams sleeper cell to me. Going back to the truck, so that flag that's covered up is an ISIS flag, and allegedly that's who he has allegiance to. Now here where it starts to get really weird. Ford's X account got hacked a few days ago saying all eyes on Gaza, Israel is a terrorist state, free Palestine, and Ford even made a statement saying their account was compromised and they did not make those posts. Then you have an attack with a Ford F-150 Lightning with an ISIS flag. What are the chances? And who could have hacked that Ford X account? Oh, I don't know, maybe a military IT specialist? But it doesn't stop there. This actual car was at the scene of another attack. Can anybody tell me why that same truck was in front of this Cybertruck that blew up in front of Trump Towers in Las Vegas? You can't make this shit up. Now this Cybertruck pulled up, parked, and then exploded with the driver inside. Now, obviously, they are sending a message to Elon and Trump. And who would willingly pull up just to unalive themselves like this? Sleeper cell. And I find this pretty odd that Elon reposts this on his X account saying this Cybertruck looks like the future. This was a response to this post saying this Cybertruck is on fire and this literally looks like the Cybertruck is exploding. And it doesn't stop there. So you guys, on New Year's, the Empire State Building, the Washington Monument, and the US Capitol get struck by lightning. You mean the same name, this truck, lightning, struck people in New Orleans. Got it. Also, they said that this truck was sitting on a dealership lot on December 14th, then got bought, then got put on Turo, which then he rented. Not to mention that Cybertruck that was in front of Trump Tower was also rented on Turo. Then the Airbnb he rents actually catches on fire and dozens of people had to evacuate. How convenient.
This is called a PSYOP. They plan it 20 years in advance.
This
His real estate business went out of business in 2023. He got his real estate license in 2020. So he only sold real estate for 3 years, and then what the f did he do, huh? Yeah, do some investing, research on that motherfucker. From 2023 to 2025, what the f was this motherfucker up to, huh? 2020, 2003. So for 22 years, this motherfucker's just been a ghost. And also the Airbnb, the room that he rented out down in New Orleans, that mysteriously burned to the ground also. They're covering their tracks, is what I'm saying. So, and then that same truck, that white Ford motherfucking F-20 that plowed through New Orleans, is the exact same truck that's parked in front of the Cybertruck out here in Las Vegas. Same license plate, lightning. And don't you know the Empire State Building, the Capitol Building, and the White House were all hit by lightning strikes. Damn near at the same goddamn time. I thought lightning did strike at the same place 3-4 times. All fucking emblems of America's freedom struck at the same goddamn time. Conspiracy? I think not. Because if it's a conspiracy, it's true. We'd have figured that out. 99% of all conspiracies have come true. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Yeah, 2025 is already full of shit. Now, 2025, there have been over 5 to 6 plane crashes since January 1st, and it's only January 3rd where I'm at. So in 3 days, 5 plane crashes around the motherfucking world. So I think the Black Rock people are kind of nervous because the internet has exposed a bunch of their plans, and they've been bold enough to tell us to their face that they want us to have nothing and be happy. So that's out. So now that their plans have been thwarted, now they're attacking the world, and that's it. They just trying to scare everybody into submission. So I'm pleading with you that don't fall for it. Don't fall for the bird flu shit, because it's been sprayed on us. If you look up and get out that fucking phone for a minute and look up, there's no reason the sky should look like tic-tac-toe. I remember when I was a child, we had real clouds, and we was trying to figure out what shape or animal or tree that we could see in the clouds. Now it's tic-tac-toe in the sky, and everybody's got sinus problems and shit. So, keep your head on the swivel. 2025 ain't no joke. It's all smoke and mirrors. It ain't no joke. It's all smoke. The police departments are at it again. It's just, let's just beat a brother to death. How about that? Huh? I mean, what the is really gone wrong? And ain't nobody arrested. Not the motherfucking cops that was beating the brother to death, snatching him around, handcuffed behind his goddamn back, and this big old fat motherfucker throwing a boot in his rib cage 4, 5 goddamn times. I mean, what the ain't nobody arrested? And you got a black district attorney, arrest all the motherfuckers. and come down with charges later. And the nurse sitting there watching, that need to be arrested too. He gonna be a nurse. I thought you're supposed to tend to people, not sit there and watch them get killed. Let's check it out.
Body cam footage shows Robert Brooks repeatedly kicked, punched, and choked after arriving at the Marcy Correctional Facility on December 9th. Brooks had been serving a 12-year sentence for an assault in 2017. It is unclear why he was transferred to the Central New York prison. At one point, one officer yanks him by the neck and drops his semi-conscious body on an examination table. The beating lasted roughly 20 minutes. Brooks died the following morning. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has requested the termination of 13 guards and one nurse implicated in the assault. After visiting the facility where Brooks was beaten, Governor Hochul released a statement yesterday, saying in part, "The system failed Mr. Brooks, and I will not be satisfied until there has been significant culture change."
Of course, because they get fired from another state and move to a new state and get hired. It's the good old boys club. And it's gotta stop. I mean, somebody write the motherfucking law. Leave the fuck alone law, number one. And police must be held goddamn accountable. Period. Out here. Just gonna let these motherfuckers just do what the fuck they wanna do? Yeah. Most of these motherfuckers is assholes. Y'all know it. You ever been pulled over by them, you know 90% of motherfuckers is assholes. Oh, there's good cops. Where the fuck are the good cops? I didn't see one good cop in that goddamn room. Just because the motherfuckers get throw a punch, don't mean they good. They sat there and allowed this motherfucker to get murked. That ain't good. So fuck them all. Take all their goddamn badges. And this is just the one they got caught on. Yeah, because somebody accidentally had their little body cam running. Now, how many of these motherfuckers did they get away with? Huh? This is just one they got caught. So that means there's tens of thousands of bodies. And oh, what happened to my relative? He was in y'all facility. We don't know. Because they done killed the motherfucker. Correctional officer. They need a correction. How about that? What the fuck are they correcting? Correct these nuts. The whitewashing of crime has to stop. I'm just going over some government statistics. Just Colorado alone. Murders by white people, 176. Black African American, 53. So y'all triple out killing us, you crazy motherfuckers. Now, Asian, 8. American Indian, 3. And other, whoever else is other, only 12. So y'all doing the majority of the killing in Colorado, where weed has been legal from the jump. Y'all can't smoke nothing and relax, you motherfuckers. Single, never married. That's code word for white. Single, never married is the top of the goddamn list. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Keep your head on the swivel, y'all.
Any group is fucking crazy.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Like, subscribe, leave a few comments. Welcome back to NNN. Well, now there's a picture of Eve and her husband, billionaire, baron or something.
You a billionaire?
It's going viral because she's the only in the picture. Obviously, his entire family is there. I think that's their daughter sitting next to the left of Eva, I believe so. I mean, Eve's looking quite regal and all that, I don't see the problem. Only problem I see is that she's the only in the picture. Is your mama dead? How come your mama didn't get an invite? None of the Rough Riders, when you one of the Rough Riders or some shit? They couldn't pull up in their leather bikes and shit. They wasn't invited. I mean, you know, these at least by Queen Latifah. And what the didn't y'all roll tight? I mean, you know, you just looking awfully lonely in that picture. That's all I'm saying. I think that's lonely, bro. Cause we don't care who you marry, goddammit. You love who the fuck you love, but you know, you just look completely out of place. Put it like that. But you know, your husband rich enough where he could have had a whole nother room with the same kind of table set up with all of your family. And then he got to go over there and be the token white man with all them niggas. Just a suggestion, you know, make it make sense. Let's give both families an opportunity. Or if he don't want to pay for them, then tell him to fly his ass down to your old neighborhood and go over your mama's house and sit at the table with all them niggas and eat some collard greens and some chitlins and you know all that black eyed peas and shit. All that refined food you got. Come on down and get some of them table scraps. We'll be right back after this token moment.
What the fuck? Oh, this nigga had his no gym.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think fire is the theme for this year.
Fire?
So brother got $1 million bond for shooting a flamethrower, which is illegal. In the middle of the street, yeah. So he asked to go to jail. He filled it up with gasoline. I mean, he put at least 75 cents worth in there, and then commits to squirting cars and pedestrians, and that's why his ass is locked up in jail right now with $1 million bond. So yeah, suggestion is don't start fires. You know, listen to that old motherfucking what was it, Bear? Yeah, Smokey the Bear. Don't start fires, man, unless you just want to go to jail for $1 million bail. Yeah.
That's crazy. $1 million
bail? Everything's just the year of fire. We just about to witness some huge fires. And most of them are caused by Bill Gates and farmland. Yeah, I ain't forgot about you, you little dweeb. Little motherfucker. They gonna lock your ass up. We gonna get you, Bill Gates. Motherfucker. There was no such thing as autism until you put that vaccine in Vietnam, motherfucker. And that's the first case of autism. And then gonna put your money behind the propaganda machine, beautifully rolled out by the motherfucking dinosaur media, that vaccines don't cause autism. Bullshit! We gonna get you, little motherfucker. We gonna get you. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
No
Bill
chill.
Gates going to jail and hell.
You going to jail in hell.
Maniacal something.
You call him maniacal. Maniacal some bitch. Damn.
Apple has agreed to a $95 million settlement. They try to make it like it's a big ass number. $95 million to a goddamn corporation that's worth $1 trillion. Them motherfuckers paid $2. And it's a class action lawsuit. Everybody involved might leave with $20 goddamn dollars. Get the fuck out of here. If a foreign nation hacked their shit, they did more in the settlement. Get out of here. It's bullshit. Apple, take a bite out of these motherfucking nuts. Siri recording conversation. That's what the fuck is designed to do. You say Siri, the bitch comes on. Because she's always on. She's just waiting to hear her voice so she can talk to you. But the bitch is constantly listening. Believe that. A lot of them. $95 million, they still listening. Stupid sons of bitches. It didn't say nothing about the lawsuit that they now have to cease and desist Siri. Siri's still up and running. It's all bullshit. Apple, Samsung, same motherfucking corporation. All of them is United States government. These are tracking devices. These is listening machines. They want to hear every movement you make. They want to know where you at, what you're doing, how big your dick is.
What the fuck?
They probably got measuring because it's be in your pocket and see how big your dick is and send that information so that way they can keep their wires from you big niggas. I'm just saying. My shit's weighing heavy.
What the fuck, yo? What? Oh, shit.
There's no such thing as autism in 1975.
year 2001. There's no such thing. When Vietnam signed the WHO, when Vietnam signed into the International Monetary Fund, the banking system, Bill Gates and the Gates Foundation introduced the vaccination program into Vietnam. Now Vietnam has over a 300% rise in autism.
And there you have it. International banking cartel. These are the evils that we are fighting against 2025 until these motherfuckers are toppled and destroyed. Until next week, hey, look out for them reptilians. They walk amongst us.
Yo. Yo. Hey, my man say watch out for the reptilians, yo. Oh, did you just switch us to some beats? What? The flamethrower guy? Yeah. I missed this one? No, I seen that clip. So it was on TikTok. It was on TikTok, dude. Let me run it back real quick. Yo, this motherfucker literally he shows himself filling it up and everything, yo. Shows himself going to the gas station.
It's going viral because she's up. Come on down and get some of them table scraps.
He shows himself going to the gas station, putting gas in this thing, and then going in the middle of the street and squirting it. And this is a teenager. And first of all, I'm like, where in the fuck did you get it from? Where did you get it from, bro? Who gave you that?
We'll be right back after this token moment. Yeah, I mean, I think fire is the theme for this year. So brother got $1 million bond for shooting a flamethrower, which is illegal in the middle of the street. Yeah, so he asked to go to jail. He filled it up with gasoline. I mean, he put at least 75 cents worth in there, and then commenced to squirting cars and pedestrians, and that's why his ass is locked up in jail right now.
Why would you do that? And you want to see something else even crazier than that one? I seen this one too, yo. Cause these young niggas they're fucking retarded, bro. They're retards. There's no other way around it, bro. You're a fucking retard, and you're all just retarded. Didn't I just sent that shit to somebody? Who I sent this shit to? You wanna see some other young niggas acting super fucking dumb and retarded? Look at this shit.
I'm concentrating. Nigga popping at 12, bro. Bro, his ass ducking. But he got some beats. He got some beats. What the fuck he having? I don't know. Whatever. That be a what the fuck? 12 ain't ducking that bitch though. Oh, I think he got his ass. He hit his ass. They got his ass. That what he is. His ass stuck.
Instead of zooming in, this motherfucker runs towards the shootout. And the first group of kids just standing there, Then get the guy with the camera runs towards the shootout. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I don't know. I think I just think different. For one, I'm not gonna squirt a flamethrower in the fucking middle of traffic. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna squirt a flamethrower in the middle of traffic. For two, I'm not gonna run towards a shootout between a cop and whoever the fuck. Yeah, we did dumb shit when we were kids too, but not like that. I don't know. Oh, what's that? 3 hours? Alright, well, 4 hours.
News out of a New York City courtroom right now. President-elect Donald Trump is being sentenced in his hush money conviction just 10 days before he is set to return to the White House. The unprecedented ruling follows a 5-4 decision by the Supreme Court to deny Trump's last-minute appeal last night. CNN's Laura Coates is outside the New York court. Laura, walk us through where things stand right now. A lot of things happening at this very moment.
Well, we may not have been here, but for the Supreme Court last night deciding in a 5-4 decision, a very tight ruling where Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joined with the so-called liberal justices to say that this could go forward. We knew from the judge it was unlikely that this is going to be a jail imposition or a probation period or a fine. The judge has now had an opportunity to review a probation report written in connection with interviews from the president-elect and the probation officer, who said during the report that it seemed that Trump believed he was, quote, above the law. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, the president-elect, soon to be president in just 10 days, is arguing that the indictment itself should never have been brought. The Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, was wrong to bring this, and that, in fact, the American people, according to Todd Blanche, who will be number 2 at the DOJ following his inauguration, has believed that the American people did not want a case like this to be brought under a category of lawfare. The judge, Judge Merchan, has said, which is the understatement of a lifetime, this has been a truly extraordinary case. Indeed, it has been. We have never seen a time when an American president, former, of course, or president-elect, has been convicted of felony counts, this to the tune of 34. Now, it is a Class E felony in the state of New York, which normally does not necessarily bring a jail time. It's not universally accepted as that, but it doesn't always have jail time. But the idea of no probation, no fine is directly connected from the decision of the judge, it seemed, and we're waiting to hear that final point. This is a president-elect who has argued that he would be unable to fully govern if he were to have certain contingencies or conditions above him. He does note, the judge said, it is the office of the presidency that is extraordinary, not the occupant of the office. But again, he is a president-elect. Trump wanted this to be delayed until after he became the president again. The judge thought it was incumbent on the decision to honor the jury's verdict and, of course, the rule of law to allow this particular defendant and all defendants to have the finality of a sentence. Jim, although we are using the phrase convicted felon, there is a slight nuance to this. It is not a done deal until after the sentence, and then that's the catalyst to be able to have your full appellate rights and go after all the different legal issues here. Merchan says that once the courtroom door is closed, the trial was no different from any other in the courthouse. I was in that courthouse. I got to tell you, what was so extraordinary, aside from the fact that it was the former president of the United States there, is that he was being treated, and in a courtroom, unlike any other defendant, with the rule of law and the criminal prosecution and the weight of your name after a jurisdiction versus is in front of you.
Yeah, and Laura, I guess when this is all said and done, and you were just saying, and we've all been saying, we expect there not to be a sentence of jail time or anything like that for the president-elect. But take us through the next steps. He'll be able to appeal the conviction. That process continues on even while he's president?
Oh yes, he wants it to continue on. He does not want this title of convicted felon. He does not believe that this case should have been resurrected according to the laws and on the books. But remember, ever since this case even started, he said he was convicted and a verdict entered back in May of last year, the Supreme Court has issued this interim opinion about immunity. That not only can you not prosecute a sitting president for official acts, but you can't use official acts to then form the basis of evidence in criminal matters. Trump believes that his statements and statements that were made to people who were part of the administration and beyond, whether it be Hope Hicks or others, should not have been allowed to be entered into the evidence and therefore could have unduly tainted the jury's view of the case. Merchan is saying, however, the considerable, indeed extraordinary legal protections afforded the office of the chief executive is a factor that overrides all else in his sentencing. But remember, he's a president-elect, so a lot of that is not applied to him yet, and the judge wanted this done beforehand. This will be quite a slap on the wrist. I'm curious if the judge will in fact address the contempt or even the statements Trump has made about the judge and his family as well.
All right, Laura Coates, thank you very much. With me now, CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Kaitlan Collins and CNN senior legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Elie Honig. Elie, let me go to you first. What's your reaction to what we've been hearing so far?
Well, it's pretty orderly, all things said. Donald Trump seems to have gone on a little bit of a tirade, but nothing unpredictable, nothing different from what he said before. One thing that I think is interesting is there's been no talk whatsoever, except from Donald Trump, about the actual conduct that Donald Trump was tried and found guilty for. For a while, the DA was trying to say this conduct of hiding the hush money payments. There we go. So that's the official moment of the sentence. Donald Trump has now been sentenced to an unconditional discharge.
What does that mean?
That means that it is now official, that Donald Trump has been convicted of a felony. There's two parts of that equation, the conviction, and now we have part two, the sentence. So that is a moment. We now have Donald Trump. I guess you can technically, if you would like to call him a convicted felon, that is a label that now technically applies. But of course, he does have his appeal rights. But again, the focus has been, okay, lawyers are packing up. So
Judge Merchan is off the bench.
Yeah.
It happened that quickly.
In a lot of ways, not that different from any other sentencing. It took 38 minutes. That's about average for a sentencing in state court. But the focus has largely been on Trump's out-of-court conduct.
Yeah, Kaitlan, what do you think? You've been watching all this.
Well, the most interesting statement from Judge Merchan just a few moments ago before he left the bench was acknowledging Trump's election win. He was saying, you know, ordinary citizens don't get these kind of legal protections. It's the office of the presidency that is bestowing these to the office holder, and he said it is the citizenry of this nation that recently decided that you should once again receive the benefits of those protections, essentially acknowledging that yes, because Donald Trump is going to be inaugurated in a few days, that is changing the sentencing here. I mean, if this had happened in July before he had actually won, you could see, you know, that was way before he was afforded those protections and how different that was.
See, Kaitlan, you were reporting that Donald Trump did not have to appear in court this morning. He did this over video.
Yeah, I think one thing that I noticed from attending this trial when it was going on is that the way that the Trump team has framed Justice Merchan and how he acts here is so different than what I personally witnessed and reported on from court, which is that the judge actually goes out of his way and bends over backwards a lot of the time to accommodate Donald Trump. He was never bothered when Trump was sitting there, you know, hitting his attorneys, passing them notes, talking sometimes out loud during the hearing. And instead, he allowed him to appear virtually from Mar-a-Lago with his attorney there, Todd Blanche. Another attorney, I believe, was in court.
Is that a photo? We're looking at it right now.
Yeah, and so see the two that's appearing side by side. He was not there actually in the courtroom, which, as Elie would note, I would assume was pretty unusual for
Almost
not
unheard of.
present.
Almost
for
unheard of.
Elie, what do you make of these images that we're looking at right here?
Well, they got fully dressed up.
This is historic.
Right, and look, this is a criminal defendant at his sentencing sitting in front of the American flag. I mean, I promise you that's never happened before in American history. But as Kaitlan said, you know, the judge made it clear that you are only getting this sentence. The DA said the same thing because of your status as president. And look, in our legal and constitutional system, the president just is different. One thing we will never know, I wish we could somehow figure this out, what would the sentence have been if Trump had not won the election, right? I mean, there certainly would have been some sort of probation. Judge Merchan, would he have sentenced to prison? It's one of those hypotheticals.
Well, and only because Laura Coates was saying just a few moments ago that this was essentially a slap on the wrist. This is actually less than that.
I was saying, at least you feel a slap
Right,
on the
yeah.
wrist. I'm not sure that this is even that, but again, it does make the conviction official.
Kaitlan, I mean, if we could show that image one more time of Trump with his attorney there in that monitor, that is something else. And at one point, I think we just saw an image of him sort of pointing his finger, there it is, at the camera. I guess we don't know what is going on there, but we can guess.
Well, and also, Jim, just to think of it in the full circle moment of, you know, we were covering the White House when this story was kind of first unraveling and being reported publicly, and we learned about the hush money payments and learned about the cover-up and watched Rudy Giuliani go on TV and talk about this. That was so interesting, and to see how that has developed from this moment to now, Trump appearing virtually for this sentencing, which, his attorneys and people in his orbit, his top advisors, had argued this is pretty much a best case scenario from where we were when this guilty verdict came down last May. They, a lot of options, as Ellie noted, had he lost, could have happened here. And so they were arguing essentially take this and go with it. But Trump himself doesn't want to be sworn in as a convicted felon. He now will be as a result of this. But I think to Judge Merchan's point, the election happened months after Trump was convicted. The American people had enough time to take this guilty verdict in, to digest it, and still, it didn't bother them enough to not reelect him. And that's his argument.
People have said that Donald Trump has just completed the greatest political comeback ever in our history. Maybe I'm not a political expert, but legally, think back a year and a half ago. I don't believe there's ever been another human being in the history of this country who's been under 4 separate simultaneous indictments in 4 separate jurisdictions. He was looking at 4 trials. Any one of them could have resulted in his imprisonment. Now here we are. This is it. An unconditional discharge on one of the cases. Completely impossible to have predicted this a year and a half ago.
Yeah, he pulled off this incredible political comeback, but at the same time, he is going to be making history. He is going to be entering the White House as a convicted felon until he's able to deal with this in the courts as that legal process continues. Is that essentially it?
That is correct. He is a convicted felon now. He will be 10 days from now when he takes the oath of office. But again, important to keep in mind, like all defendants, he has his appeal rights. That'll take many, many months. So it could happen that
he could go from the White House to the courthouse or appear virtually from the White House as this appellate process continues on.
Yeah, so defendants don't usually physically appear for their appeals. It's done on paper with briefs. And then when there's oral arguments, his lawyers, Caitlin raises a good question. Who's even going to do this? Because his whole team is coming with him to the administration. He'll find someone. But the lawyers do the oral argument. Defendants usually do not attend those arguments, but 6-8 months from now, maybe he'll choose to.
We'll see.
God damn, a felony president. That's wild, bro. Who'd ever think, man? Fucking felony president. Yeah, that's How do we feel about that? It is a little odd, awkward, strange, unusual. Your president's a felon. Mr. Felon, Mr. President, excuse me, I misspoke. How many layers you got on today? 3. Yeah, but when I went to the gym this morning, I turned the But when I went to the gym this morning, I already started warming up the studio before I left the house. So I was at the gym for about an hour, and I came home and showered and everything. So by the time I came up here, it's pretty toasty. You know what I'm saying? It's nice and conducive for a creative environment. Can't be too cold and think you're gonna come up with some genius ass shit. You can't be a genius when you're shivering. You gotta change the environment you're living in. You can't be a genius when you're shivering. You gotta change the environment you're living in. Make it hot, make it hot. Make it hot, make it hot. Make it hot, make it hot. We right at 4 hours and some change. What we gonna do today, guys? 5 hours maybe? It is Friday. I have an extra day, so you know I can be here all day, really, all day. I do need to but no, I can do that tomorrow. Run to the grocery store and all that shit. No lie, guys. This is the truth. I haven't played video games in like I don't think I've really played games all week. I keep trying to play that new game, but that shit hard, and I get frustrated. And every time I turn on Call of Duty, none of the buddies are on, so I don't know if everybody's taking a break from Call of Duty or what. So the past couple of nights, I just been like YouTubing myself to sleep, I guess. Nobody got no games to play with nobody. I might try that new game again today. And see if I can get in a good enough match. I haven't even, I don't know. I say played a full match of that game yet, and I just bought it. And it's like, it's a big ass learning curve. I definitely want to play that shit. And then we can finish writing a song too. We can do that today. Something like that, something like that. It's looking real crowded up here, like it should be. Let me take this brush. Yeah, man, them details are we're trying to do something, you know. We're trying to do something here. now those little individual, like these tans and and brown streaks really just help fluff up that background a little bit more. You know, adding those little last little extra details. I say in the beginning, like when I was doing the first day, I can already see that I have to do this, but it takes layers because when everything is wet, you can't get it good like this. So you gotta, you know, do a layer, let it dry, do another layer, let it dry, and then like stack it. And now we're starting to like really be able to fill it in and make it look more believable and realistic like the photo. Because we have all the under parts there already. And we can lay the grass, these little strands, on top of everything else. Like that. More paint. Gotta use more paint. So, I like it. This is coming out really nice. But what's good though, guys? Yeah, we can really see. Like this section is just like boom. Even prior, like when we did this first part, the first detail layer was like, oh, that really is popping out. But now, like we can really see. Yeah, we can really see how it's kind of jumping off the canvas. The pottery, nice, bro. Yeah, and I think each of these last detail layers is just gonna really pop it more. I can't wait to get back to the skin tone and really define those shadows and then add the last bright highlights to those flowers and the toenails. Man, this thing is gonna be pretty decent. This is gonna be a pretty decent painting. Like I say, as much ground as I covered just now, like it took me days to get just that first initial part in there. Well, I say now that we got it in there, now you can just kind of run through it. There's always a little bit of green poking out from underneath somewhere. Yeah, this thing is looking badass. If I do say so myself, and I just did, you know? I just did say so. How long have you been painting? 2009. Closely, getting real close to fucking 20 years at this shit, man. I did the first painting that I did, and I was like, I think I'm gonna keep doing this, was 2009. And after I did that painting, I was like, this is fun, yeah, man. And then like about 2 years after that, I stopped writing music and then just started painting all the time. And yeah, I've been painting ever since about 2009. Man, that shit is looking good, yo. I can't even lie. So I'm trying to go across the top, and once I get that filled in, then we'll come down and fill this in. But I want to get that top part done first. Checked out my Instagram, yo, appreciate it, broski. Had some good mentors, man. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I'm a high school dropout, so I didn't go to college or anything to study art, but I had this weird thing happen to me where when I was in middle school, I tell this story a lot, so if you heard the story already, my bad. But so middle school is different now, but when I was in middle school, it was 7th and 8th grade. So I went to elementary from 1st to 6th grade, middle school was 7th and 8th grade, and high school was 9th through 12th grade. So when I got in 7th grade, that year, my art teacher, it was her first year teaching art. So she was fresh out of college. Yo, excited, you talking about excited and passionate and loved just art and was ready to teach. So I got lucky in that aspect that I had a first year art teacher. It was her first year teaching. And she was so fucking ready. She was absolutely ready for that shit. And somehow she was able to recognize my talent very on. And she just kind of like took me under her wing and nurtured me, yo. And that year, at the end of the school year, she asked me if I wanted to do something. She says, I can get you some art classes over the summer if you want. And I was like, yeah, sure, where at? And she said, well, one of my buddies is the art professor at the university. And he says, once a week in the summer, if you want to, you can come and sit in his art class and you can do lessons with his students. I was like, at the university? She was like, yeah. I'm like, with college kids? She was like, yeah. I'm like, I'm not ready for that. She was like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. She was like, go. It was every Wednesday for that whole summer. I can go down to the university, and it was an early class. I think it was like 8 to 10 or something like that. And so for a summer, as a 7th grader, I was at a university doing art lessons. And she hooked that shit up for me. And so she taught me again in 8th grade for art. And then I went to a semi-private high school that wasn't in my hometown. It wasn't even in my county. It was the county over. And this high school was its first year being open. It was set as a magnet school where it took the brightest students from all the surrounding counties and put all the bright kids into one school. And so my 9th grade year, it was the first year this school was opening up. So it had to have an entire new staff of everybody. You know, all the teachers, other employees and custodians and bus drivers and principals, everything. Like, it was a brand new school, and it was really hard to get into that school as well. So I can imagine if it was hard for the students to get into that school, it was hard for the teachers and the administrators to get into that school as well, because they wanted this thing to be the top best of the best, period. And I was able to get into that high school, and my first day in class, in my first day of school, of course I signed up for art, and I went into the art class, and my middle school teacher is there. My art teacher is there. And I'm like, she looked at me, and I looked at her like, what the fuck are you doing here? She's like, what are you doing here? We was like, hey, and then we hugged each other, and all the students like, how the fuck, if this is a new school, and all the, like, how do y'all know each other? I'm like, yo, this is my middle school. Look, she already taught me for 2 years. And so when that new school opened up, she applied and got the job there. And so she taught me from middle school and all the way through high school, yo. I had one art teacher. So in that aspect, I am extremely lucky because she really, really nurtured my talents and gave me opportunities to experiment and try things. And she wasn't easy on me. Like, she pushed me hard, yo. And I think she pushed me harder than most students because she felt like I had the ability. And she failed me 11th grade art. I didn't pass like one semester because I wasn't getting we were going like deep into art history and fucking Renaissance and the French styles and art. And I was like, yo, I'm not memorizing all these artists' names and time periods and like for like a semester of art, like the art history and stuff. I was like, I'm good on that shit, yo. And she was like, yo, she kept me after school one day and she was like, yo, Travis, I have to fail you. I was like, what? I passed? She was like, no, motherfucker, you didn't pass. She's like, you need to do the fucking study and literature part too, dude. Like, this is not a fucking joke. She's like, I can't believe I can't pass you. She's like, your shit, your essays and shit suck. You're not studying. I'm like, yeah. And she was really disappointed. She was so disappointed she couldn't pass me that one time. And then I wound up dropping out of school. And that pissed her off real bad. And I was like, damn. And so when I dropped out of school, I just ain't do shit. I ain't do art for a long time, man. I was just selling drugs and hustling, thugging. Until I found art again, and then once I found art, I just kept it. And then in 2009, 2010, 2010 or 11? No, 2010, I moved to Virginia, and I met another really good artist, an older gentleman, older than me, and he saw my talent, and he took me under his wing too, and he was like a master artist, yo. And so he taught me for a couple years. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot from him, yo. Like, so much so that I can't never pay this dude back for what he taught me. But yeah, so between my middle school and high school art teacher and my mentor that I met later in life, I think I have a better understanding of the techniques and how to build a painting better than most people. I think I have a better understanding than most people. My mentor, my later mentor, he taught art classes. The town that he lives in, they have a university. The art professor from the local university, he takes my mentor's classes. I don't know if he does it anymore, but when I was studying with my mentor and, you know, just meeting other students in his class, other people who are just trying to learn how to paint from this man, he pointed out one dude. He was like, yeah, that guy right there, he's the art professor at the university. I'm like, what? He was like, yeah. I was like, wait a minute. The art professor comes to take your class to learn how to paint. He was like, yeah. Yeah. I was like, that's fucking wild. So yeah, I learned a lot of techniques from like some really, really talented people, yo. Yeah, and from that, once again, all my ideas might not be the best ideas. I think my reader series is a genius idea, I'm not gonna lie. I think that shit is fucking genius, and that's why I hold it really close to my heart, and that's why I still continue to work on that series, because it's fucking awesome. But other than that, like, are any of my other ideas like really great? You know, that's debatable. But do they look nice? That's a yes. You know? Conceptually, you know. But technically, hey, That's a good painting. I only make good paintings, bro. That's the only that's how I've been trained. And I'll tell that to anybody. I'll tell most people, technically, as far as just skills, brush wise, blending paint, applying paint to the canvas, I do that shit better than most people, especially when it comes to this like realism, not hyper realism, but my style. And anybody's style is kind of similar to this. I do my shit better than you, dog. I'll put money against that. Let's put these canvases side by side, real close together, and examine who should look the best. Who should look the best. I'll bump heads with anybody on that. You know why? Because I got faith in my mentor, y'all. I've been taught how to do this shit. You think I'm just flying by the seat of my pants? Nah, I done did that shit, and then I had guidance. You know what I'm saying? I tell motherfuckers, I dropped out of high school and I ain't never been to college. But on top of that, I was taking college art classes when I was in 7th grade. When I was 13 years old, I was at university taking art classes at university as a teenager. Or 12, already in 7th grade? 12, something like that. A little humble flex. I gotta do that. The one thing I can't flex on is my artistic prowess. Can't nobody take that shit away from me, and I will not humble myself behind it because I done dedicated too much time, and I got too much proof. The proof. The proof is in the pudding. So I can say it all I want, and then if you want me to prove it, that's why I wrote the song. A picture worth 1,000 words. I ain't gotta keep talking. I can just let you look at the shit, and it's undeniable. And if you do deny it, you're a fucking hater. I can't describe it no other way. If you telling me my shit ain't hot, you a hater. You just hating. That's all. Once again, you might not like my subject matter, but you can't say I can't make a good painting. Trap House, that nigga shit trash. Oh, he a hater. That's immediately. I wish a motherfucker would. Can't talk shit about this. I done put too much work in. I don't put the time in. You know what I'm saying? I put the time in. God damn it. I know what the fuck I can do, what I can accomplish. I'm a bitch and moan and complain about it all the way through, but in the end, that bitch gonna be dynamite. That bitch gonna be dynamite. You know? Regardless. We gonna wow, it's 11:48 for me. We already at 5 hours. Let's try to do it till at least noontime. We got a good bit. We got a good bit in there. You know? I ain't even mad at this session. I ain't try to blend that a little bit more. Yeah, I ain't even mad at this session. We got some shit accomplished. You know what I'm saying? They can't say we don't be doing shit, man. Them niggas just ain't just sitting around talking. Well, you do be sitting around and talking. But we be painting too. I do a lot of talking. I ain't gonna lie. I do a lot of talking. And then as soon as I get out this studio, I be quiet as a church mouse. Why you don't never say nothing? You don't never have nothing to talk about. Come to my YouTube stream. There only certain people I like to talk to any damn way. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's you. Maybe I just don't want to talk to you. You ever thought about that? Huh? I've had somebody say that before too. They tuned into one of my down lives, and it was like, you don't never be talking to me like you be talking to them because my friends are interesting and you're not. We have interesting things to discuss and talk about, and you don't. How rude. No, it's not. It is not. It is not. It is not. Not in the slightest. It's honesty, which is undoubtedly the best policy. Wop bam a loo bam or wop bam boom. Tutti frutti, oh frutti, tutti frutti, oh frutti. Wop bam a loo bam or wop bam boom. That truth hurts, man. Wendy, you just be saying stuff like that because we friends. Travis be talking some sense. Travis be talking some sense. It just sounds crazy sometimes. I feel like I be doing the Alex Jones thing sometimes. Because Alex Jones does make a lot of sense. It's just the way that he say it, like his delivery, just makes it sound kind of rough and harsh. And that turns people away and like, you want to say, well, you don't know what he's talking about just because it sounds hard. Sometimes, man, the hard part has to be said out loud. You know what I'm saying? We all got to share the same reality, people. You know? And the thing that we must realize is some of these motherfuckers are retarded. There ain't no way around it. There's not a way around it. You're gonna run into somebody, they're gonna look normal, maybe even attractive. And soon as you engage in a conversation and the words that come out of their mouth will let you know this is an NPC. This person is a fucking retard. You know? Sometimes it's the harsh reality. What do we do about it? We can't do nothing about that. All we can do is control the way we respond. And we respond by staying out the way. Stay out the way. I'm just out the way. Staying all the way out the way. Why? Because they retarded people out there, man. Look, yo. They out there everywhere. Everywhere, too. You think not. They everywhere. I'm telling you now. So what do? We isolate ourselves in a little bubble. This is not healthy, but it will help preserve large portions of your sanity. You know, isolation is not great. It's not great at all. It's just not a good thing. It really isn't. You know? Do I have to force myself to socialize? Sometimes. Gotta force myself to go places and be with people in real life. And it hurts. Because they be retarded people out there. Say, fuck, man. Shit. I heard the Kardashians has a new cereal coming out. What? Excuse me? No, I don't want to talk about this. See, this is why I stay my ass in the house. go out, you run into retarded people who say retarded shit like, well, my pronouns, let me stop you right there. Let me just pause you right there, madam, sir, person, individual. $20.25 people. Wow. So this is the mark of a new generation. They're called what? Betas? Generation Beta? That's wow. They're all betas. So sad. So sad. That was the roll of the dice, man. You know, if you was born this year, you're just a fucking beta. You know? It is what it is. It don't necessarily mean anything about you as an individual person. It's just that your generation just happened to fall on a certain timeline. But y'all some bitch ass bitches. Y'all just beta as hell, man. Beta. And it kind of fits, I don't know, because our generation is, you know, the split seas right now, so we're kind of swinging back the other way, and the guys who are coming up behind us now, who are going to start having kids, they're kind of swinging back the other way, so kids born this year, even though they're classified as Generation Beta, they may actually come out being some tough, hard-ass motherfuckers. I don't know, because now we have this whole UBI, AI takeover. Why is this not charging? Why is this not charging? Why is this not charging? What the fuck is going on? My iPad just said it's about to die. Go, and it's plugged into the fucking. Yeah, bro, you're jacked into the fucking laptop. Why you should have a full fucking charge? I guess that's the sign for me to get up. Yeah, it's 2 minutes to 12, and it's like your iPad is dying. I guess I've been here long enough, you know, 5-6 hours, something like that. You know, just to get the day cracking, get that day started with some art. Well, I started with exercise, health and wellness, people. Health and wellness. It was a struggle, but I did it. On my day off, I got up at 4 a.m. and made it to the gym. On my day off. Keep that in mind, people. I ain't had to do it. I did not have to do it, but I did. Got to the gym, did a good workout, you know, on a day off. So we started this day off pretty goddamn good, if I do say so myself. And then we were, you know, started out on a good note with exercise and stretching, some nice water to the system. Then we did several hours in the studio, and some of those hours helped produce half a rock song. Hey, about to have some new music shortly. You know? About to have some new music shortly. So that's something. That's something else there. Yeah, so a little break, you know, take a little break. That shit Shit ain't hurt nothing, man. We got shit done today, man. We be up and at it. You know what I'm saying? Early bird catch the worm. You know what I'm saying? Early bird catch the worm. I did not do an Instagram live this morning either. And I'm kind of jaded with Instagram. Nobody watched that shit. I ain't gonna say nobody, but if my art buddies aren't on there and like decide to come in and like chat with me, like nobody really watches that shit. I'm trying to really branch out to some other platforms just to get the art out there more. Who knows, man? If the right person can just see this shit. I need me some invites this year. I need invites to new places this year. I hate asking for, you know, spots nowadays. Can I please show my art somewhere? But no, I just try to make the art as visible as possible, and then hopefully people will be like, hey man, that shit is so dope. You want to come hang that shit on our walls? And then it's like, let me see what your wall look like. Oh, that's a dope ass wall. Hell yeah, I want to come hang my art there. So definitely got to be more visible. I think I need to make a link tree or something like that too. I don't know. I need to talk to my cousin. He's way better at like branding and marketing than I am. This has been one of my shortcomings for years. Or I could like go to Fiverr. Could I hire somebody from Fiverr to organize all that shit for me? How do you wake up early? I go to bed early. I'm normally asleep by like 9 o'clock, if not before. Like I'm definitely in bed by 9 o'clock most of the time. Yeah, some people stay up to like 10, 11, you know, midnight sometimes, 1 o'clock. No. I don't do that. That's why like this stream has been going on for 5 hours already. I was in here at like 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock in the morning, I was already in the studio painting. And so I was already up at 4. Like I just get up early. I've had the same like sleeping pattern for a couple years now, and I did that without an alarm this morning. Because I don't have work, so I didn't need to set my alarm or anything. Woke up, look at the clock, it was like 4 o'clock. I was like, okay, it's time to get up. 4 o'clock. Let's hit the gym. Get it in. Let's get it in real quick. You know? Once again, there's only 24 hours in a day, so we gotta utilize the best parts of the day. If I do push it, like I could get up at 4 and then stay up until like midnight the same day, and you know stay up for like 20 hours. If I wanted to, I just choose not to. It would be a rough next day. But if I needed 20 hours to do something, I can get a lot done in just a day. And people don't realize like there's a lot of hours in a day. And so how do you utilize your time? I don't know, I just think like just getting up early and just starting your day early gives you more usage of the day itself. And so, you know, at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, you're not feeling like, oh, well, there's that 1 or 2 things that I could have got done today, but I felt like I ran out of time. I'll get to it tomorrow or next weekend. It's like, did you really run out of time, or did you not utilize your time wisely? I think one of my biggest things is like time management and how effective can I use the hours in the day that I am awake. You know, to optimize. I don't know why I'm losing connection or something. Once I'm awake, I'm up. Yes, sir, bro. Once I'm up, It's a wrap, son. Like, sometimes I hate, like, getting up in the middle of the night for that weird-ass bathroom break where your body just wakes you up, because it's super hard for me to go back to sleep. Super hard. Like, god damn. Why am I up at 2 o'clock in the morning? Please, please go back to sleep. And it's just like, nah, you're up now. Like, but why? Because you had to pee. Fuck, man. So yeah, going to the bathroom before I go to bed is a must. And then you tell yourself, well, I don't feel like I have to pee. Well, make yourself pee. Make yourself pee. Motherfucker. Because you're not waking up. I'm not trying to be up at 1:30 in the fucking morning taking a piss. And doom scrolling on Instagram because you can't fall back to sleep. We not about to play these games with ourselves. Not doing. All right, I see we're having like mad connection issues right now for some reason. I'm not sure what that is, but at the same time, we are confused as to where I was baked at just now. We're definitely trying to find a stopping point, guys. Appreciate everybody for hopping in, especially my awesome moderator squad. Yo, gang family is always up in this thing, watching my back and keeping the chat going, because I gotta have my back to the camera most of the time. But we do have some awesome moderators in here. Wendy, thank you so much. Omizu, thank you so much. We ain't really discussed this openly yet, but Laughing Girl, I think she may have to get promoted. If she wants to, that's a thing, you know, because everybody else, this is not just my stream. So, you know, I would have to ask and get at least confirmation from one other teammate to make any kind of decisions. But Laughing Girl be here with us, sticking it in and hanging it out. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with it. Wait a minute with the text messages. I'm almost done. Can I get wrapped up before my phone start blowing up, people? Damn. We still in the studio, sir. I done got 3 phone calls this morning and some text messages. I'm still trying to paint, people. And it's Friday. I'm technically supposed to be at work right now. Why is y'all even bothering me on a Friday? Why is the connection so poor? Why is the connection so poor? We gonna get out of here, guys. We gonna get out of here. You must be getting some bad weather outside or something. But yeah, the one guy who seemed like he was cool people and who lives in the area somewhere with me. You remember? I can't think of his name right now. We don't need to bring his name up. But anyway, I thought he was cool people. And then you gonna tell me how to paint. Don't do that, sir. Don't do that. Come on now. I'm just telling you what I see. I can't get that one out of my head. I'm just telling you what I see. Bro, the painting ain't even done yet. I'm not even nowhere next to being done with the painting. I'm not even done, sir. There's layers and layers how I go about this process. And he trying to tell me what to do. That shit pissed me off so bad. And I thought he was cool, you know? But I don't see that with LG. Like I said, I feel like she's good people. So I just wanted to discuss that with y'all first, you know, and get y'all take on that. And I do think with that other guy, I went heavy-handed. Not gonna lie on that one too. I went extra heavy-handed with that one, and I felt like I could have been more tactical about that, or tactful. But I don't know. It was like, I forgot what it was, but I know that wasn't the first time he did something. He said something like that, and I don't know. I hate being able to like react like to shit like that. No, it was mostly childish. Oh God! But I'm super sensitive about my shit too. So hey, as all artists should be, and that's how I treat all artists. I treat artists as if they are as sensitive as I am. And that's what I tried to explain to him. If a motherfucker, no, especially when it comes to somebody's own personal creations, well, if you don't ask my opinion, I don't got shit to say. I have my own opinion, but I ain't gotta address them shits to you, because if you ain't asked for that shit, that's your own creation. It can be the worst, stupidest, dumbest, ugliest piece of shit I ever seen. I will never tell you that if you don't ask my opinion. That's my opinion. Motherfucker should have kept his opinion to his damn self. I ain't asked you that shit, nigga. Anyway, I digress. Oh, am I stiff? I think I'm a little stiff. I did legs yesterday. Man, oh man. And yeah, it feels like I did legs yesterday. Jesus Christ. Whew, I am a little stiff, man. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, no, it's definitely my end. I am lagging so bad over here. That's why I say we might as well just yeah, I don't know why my connection is shitty as it is right now. Oh. I only did a couple brushes. No, I'm fucking up. See, those got playing on. Damn. Hold on. About to pull some amateur ass moves over here, and we need some dirty brushes. Look at that. Mm-hmm. I'll be damned. Not just 2, 3, but 3. This nigga. Lazy ass. Alright. Got some brushes too. Welcome to the top tier. You are now officially a part of something that only means something to us. But thank you so much for I don't know, just hanging out with us, and conversating. You know, it really is hard for me to express how I be feeling about you guys, because I want to say my viewers or my followers, or it's you know, it's way more than that, guys. Honestly, it is. Just because we chat almost every day, so I kind of get to the point where I feel like I know you guys a little bit, and I just appreciate you guys keeping me company in the studio. You know, so thank you very much. And in order to keep this a safe space where we don't have trolls and we don't have people coming in here trying to spoil the mood, I always like to have people I can trust when I do have my back to the camera and I'm trying to paint, or if I'm not paying attention, you know, someone in the chat who can just help monitor and make sure we're all having a good time. And Omizu and Wendy, so grateful for all the time that you guys sitting here and just chill with me hours after hours after hours after hours after hours. Appreciate it a lot. Really do. And Laughing Girl, like you are a great addition to the team. So I appreciate you as well. You know? It's just that we do the little bit that we can. And that's all we can do. Do our little teeny parts, and it adds up. We may not see it, but us right here, this little thing that we do, one of the videos has 120 views. Who knows who out of that 120 people may pick up a book or pick up a brush or something just from the conversations that we're having, you know. So we do our little bit, and I think that sometimes it's bigger than we think it is, you know. So, and that's all we're doing, just trying to create some cool stuff. And we are uh-oh, where's that song at? Damn. Where's it at? Alright, here we go. Gotta go back a good bit. Reconnection issues again. My bad, guys. So yeah, this pad has very few pages left. So we have less to fill than we already did. Today we wrote something for the title of Space Invasion. Space invaders, lights and lasers, warp drives and phasers. They call us crazy for investigating 1947 Roswell secret agents. Was it government technology or little gray aliens? There's a lot of shit that they ain't been telling us. Fravor told us he saw a tic-tac. He couldn't even see it when it zigzag. Came from outer space, then it splish splash, down in the ocean like, what the fuck is that? With more exposure, we're getting closer to disclosure, more endorsements for the Space Force. Sip your Folgers, keep your composure. We're getting closer. With more exposure, we're getting closer to disclosure. We're getting closer to full disclosure. Let's say full, F-U-L. With more exposure, we're getting closer to full disclosure. More endorsements for the Space Force. Sip your Folgers and keep composure. We're almost there, people. So I'll let y'all know how this go. Cause this might be something. Joe, appreciate it. We like your company. We hope you stick around too, bro. You guys are awesome. Did we make 6 hours yet? We almost, no, still a little shy of 6 hours. It's all good though, guys, because it's still early in the day. I'm just taking a little break, getting off screen for a minute. We might come back in here later, or I might. Fuck. Or I might stream some video games. I don't know. I don't know. Just to change the scenery real quick. Just go downstairs for a little while, guys. I love you. There's a chance we'll be back today. If not, I'll catch y'all tomorrow morning. Peace.